blockchain validation. Blockchain is verified through a comprehensive validation process, and the blockchain management code unit iterates through each transaction within the blockchain, retrieving the relevant parameters for the hash calculation and comparison. And again, just that is a test slide that we are able to see the individual block validation. Once we have been able to implement these solutions, then we are able to validate, and you can see that our system is able to return to us and actually to give us the response, whether it is valid or not. So for this one, it is saying that the block is valid. And the blockchain validation, again, all the entries that we have, again, we were able to make sure that, or to ensure that our solution is able to actually learn through our changelog entries, and it is able to return the positive output. Implementation and testing. For this research, we actually worked on Microsoft Dynamics NAV 2018 version. And of course, those are some of the requirements, and that is the database that we are using. The database server was running on the same machine and was running on SQL Server Management Platform, that is Management Studio SQL Server. And we also, for purposes of ensuring decentralization, because remember, when we talk about blockchain, we expect that in line with what is happening with the cryptocurrencies, we know that blockchain lands on decentralized platforms. So for our case, and to ensure that we are able to test this thoroughly, what we did, we deployed the failover cluster mechanism and transactional log backup for purposes of preserving the integrity and history of data changes. With that failover cluster mechanism, we ensure that we have multiple databases running parallel to help us to achieve that decentralized platform. So the hardware specifications, just for purposes of making sure that, remember when we introduce blockchain, the issue of performance may be somehow go down or may not achieve what we are looking for, then we had to make sure that the machines that we are using were of higher specifications. So from the solution, after implementation, we are able to do what we call the performance testing. And we actually made use of a population of 40 users to utilize, who are utilized for the testing. The users were distributed across different modules and assigned various tasks within the system. And we had the concurrency, concurrent transactions were undertaken both before and after implementation, implementing the blockchain solution in order to evaluate any potential performance tailbacks. And Dynamics, that is Microsoft Dynamics NAV performance profile add-on was used to measure the impact of implemented solutions. So we also had the aspect of measuring the performance after implementation of the blockchain solution. From our research, we noted some benefits of leveraging on blockchain for changelog management. Number one, we noted an enhanced data integrity and immutability, also improved auditability and transparency, reduction of data tampering and fraudulent activities, and streamlined compliance with regulatory requirements. And finally, from our research, we are recommending that based on the tests that we have done, that we recommend that as a number of concurrent transactions increases, there's a possibility of encountering a bottleneck that could hinder the overall efficiency of the system. Although Navision is designed to handle concurrent transactions smoothly, the incorporation of blockchain introduces an additional step that may lead to increased processing time and resource utilization. Use of pruning technique to minimize the size of the data to be validated. We also noted a huge growth in the size of the database. So we also recommend use of pruning techniques to ensure that we minimize the size of the database. Implementation of lightweight or simplified validation modes technique to improve validation speed. And finally, decentralization to achieve maximum benefits from blockchain technology. Remember, I've just said we used the cluster failover solution mechanism. So as a way forward, we recommend that a full decentralized solution can be deployed to test this. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. You will have a seat, and then let us clap for her. If you have any question for Joyce, please write it down somewhere. We can have the next presenter, and you're also going to have a third one. Then you can have a Q&A and answer session. Thank you, Joyce. Have a seat. Our next presenter is Mr. Omosa. Kloba, sorry. It's Kloba. sorry, Kloba. Come on board.
My name is Kuloba. I work in the liaison office with Dr. Zach Jelishwa. We actually do resource mobilization. This project is a proposal given to the Vice Chancellor for national development. He was to present it to His Excellency the President, so he asked me to come and present it here. It is real, what the government is supposed to do to create jobs for the people of Kenya. So the facts I'm presenting are real, and they're actually amazing, as you'll see. So yeah, as you know, we have a lot of minerals in this country. There's one in particular which I've picked on, and it's found in a place called Makalda in Migori. This is where I went to see one of the directors in the State Department of Mines, and he gave me a few facts, which I'm presenting here today. So that's my name, Dr. Kuloba, from the School of Engineering. The presentation is about economic feasibility of cobalt in Makalda mines in Migori County. We are using it as a foundation for creation of wealth and employment opportunities. So, those are the quantities found in Makalda. That's the amount of cobalt found in Makalda as we speak today. 105 million tons. So, cobalt price depends on purity and the form in which it's presented on the market. It can be either in powder form or granules or even a solid block. It also depends on the markets where it is sold. And these are normally in America, South America, in Southeast Asia, and European countries. So the market depends on the demand, of course, and the geopolitics. We are told that DRC has suspended export of cobalt to the world market. So that has affected the prices. The average price of cobalt in the world market fluctuates between $32 to $110. When it's pure form, it's $335 per kilo. However, the current prices, as we speak today, in Northeast Asia is that much, $31 per kg. In North America is 28. That information is from that link. So I've used the average of that to the economic analysis of the cobalt in Makalda. So using that amount, I've done the calculations, and you can see the last one, that the amount of money that we can get from Makalda mines is that much, $3.16 trillion. That is real. That if we mined cobalt from Makalda mines in Migori, that's the amount of money would get. That is a lot of money, as you can see. If you change that into Kenya shillings, that's the amount of money that we can get out of Makalda mine. That is 407 trillion Kenya shillings. I went down there and say, suppose you take about 2 trillion, the budget is about 2-point-something trillion as we speak today. If you took 2 trillion per year, you can imagine how many years? 100 years. I have left another 2 trillion for other activities, for salaries, but what will go to the wealth of the country is $2 trillion for the next 100 years. So that's the amount of money that we can get if we exploited cobalt in Makalda mine. This amount is for raw cobalt in purity, in a pure form. I've also done that. And at the lowest, you can see the amount of money that we would get. Yeah, that is about 95 million trillion Kenya shillings. So this data is just to show you that there's need for us to exploit our mines in this country. So I'm just using cobalt as an example. But there are others. We have lithium, we have coltan, we have gold, we have copper. There are so many. But as we speak today, no one is exploiting them. There are few, like titanium, which has since stopped, and iron ore in Taita Taveta is being done, and it's being exported to China in raw form, just a little bit. The rest, nothing is being done on them. So I'm just saying that if at any time we start exploiting these mines, we should never export them in raw form. Because if we do that, it is called exporting jobs from this country to other countries. So we should add value here before we export them. So how can we create employment opportunities from cobalt? That is my next. I just mentioned a bit of the minerals that have been found. Recently, number 2, coltan. It's a recent one. Lithium is there. Gold is there, you know. Copper is there. Iron ore is there, and many others. These minerals are found in this country, but we are not exploiting them for the benefit of the country. So opportunities for employment. If we mine cobalt, those are the jobs that we shall have if we are mining cobalt in Makalda. There are so many, I've just mentioned a few. That is mining the mineral from the mine and taking to the factory. Those are the jobs. Those are the jobs. Those are the jobs. And those are the jobs. So that is just collecting the ore from the mine to the factory. Primary processing. This is where now we extract cobalt from the ore. Those are the jobs. Again, those are the jobs. Secondary processing, that is purifying it. That's another factory. Those are the jobs, if you purify it. Then we have secondary processing with value addition. This is where we make it for with special properties for other functions. And I've named a few there that if it is value added, Then you can make it a product for engines, for jet engines, electronic chips, powerful magnets, and many things. Value addition. So this is what we can make out of cobalt from Makalda. We have rechargeable batteries. It's the trend of the world that we are going to vehicles using batteries. Then we have powerful magnets, high-strength alloys, medical applications, pigments and dyes, aerospace and defense, and so on. This is what we can make if we add value to cobalt. This is real. It's being done in other parts of the world, and so we should also do it. So I'm now going to explain one by one from rechargeable batteries. This is what you do. Batteries for vehicles, batteries for marine, batteries for portable electronic gadgets, and so on and so on. There are many. So these are factories, set up factories to manufacture each and every of that. Yeah? So these are all jobs. Continuous laptops, phones. You can make batteries from cobalt for all this. Opportunities for employment, as I've explained, there are too many. Powerful magnets. We can also make powerful magnets from cobalt. So these are some of the products you can make from cobalt. Powerful magnets from cobalt for these technologies. Again, so many. And remember, all these are factories that we can set up and give employment to the Kenyan people. High-strength alloys, again, can set up factories for all this, yeah, out of cobalt. The list continues. Medical applications, the list continues. Prosthetics, implants, all that can be made out of cobalt. So these are factories that we can set up in this country and provide jobs for the Kenyan people. Pigments and dyes, same. These are factories we can set up and provide jobs for the young people of this country. All that. And finally, last, the catalysts for industrial chemical processes out of cobalt. So in all the above products, industries can be set up. Actually, this is what this presentation was all about, that value addition to cobalt and the number of jobs that can be created out of it. So this was a project proposal to the Ministry of Mines, and we wanted 300 million so that as a university we can set the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. Let us give him a hand clap for the nice presentation. We will have some questions. I'm sure the audience has some questions, so keep them. Then we will ask him to come back to answer a few questions. So let's have the next presentation. But let me quickly check those who have come so that we can record your presence and line you up on the presentation. We were supposed to have Regan. Is Regan and team around? Lillian, Robert, that team. Okay. Levis Midamo and team. Ako. Yes. You should, have you shared your presentation? Yes, you should be ready to come, okay? You are next. Then Njoki, Susan. Zach, Kiusa, Kinywa Gikunda, and team. Zach? Abigail Chepkoech. Abigail Chepkoech Kiprotich. Not yet. Halima Konde. Okay. And John Minor. If you know them, please call them. Ask them that we are looking for them to hurry up to Theater 4. Which one? Okay. Okay, so let's listen to the next presentation, then we will take questions after that.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Levis Medamo. We'll be presenting a project by the title Impact of Climate Change on Stormwater Management at Kianjai Center and its environs. My co-authors were Austin Kamau, Simon Merara, Rosemary Madeka, and Lorraine. As we all know, the world has been experiencing climate change that has been very evident, and as we have been seeing erratic changes such as fluctuating rainfall and increased temperatures that have been very adverse to the environment. And that was a quotation from the IPCC 2021. And also, considering the existing stormwater management infrastructure, while they were being designed, the existing systems, they used historical rainfall records that could not take into space the changing climatic conditions. And also, the existing systems are poorly maintained, and there is no sense of them being looked at. Yeah, after they have been constructed, there is no one that comes to maintain them. So rural areas are often underrepresented in climate resilience studies, despite facing unique vulnerabilities, meaning a lot of many rural areas are also experiencing these changes in climate change. So the study aims to provide adaptive management systems that will help us. When implemented, then they will be able to provide a solution to the rapid changing climate effects. The main objective of the project was to assess the impact of climate change on stormwater management systems in Kianjai Center. The specific objectives were to evaluate the condition and the performance of stormwater infrastructure, to analyze weather patterns all over the years, that is 2005 to 2023, to examine drainage system types and community coping mechanism. So in our methodology, we took a case study that is an area that is Kianjai Center at Meru County, and the reason was because the area is experiencing first-hand changes in climate change, and the field work was carried between January and April 2025. That was the period that we carried out our research, and that is the field work. We visited the area and looked at the existing stormwater infrastructure and the like. We also used structured questionnaires and field observations. For the questionnaires, we had selected out and mapped up a an area around Kianjai area, and we selected several households where we went and asked the members some of the questions that concerning the climate change, and also we did some field observations of the existing stormwater infrastructure and the like. Also, we took some photos of the state of the stormwater infrastructure that was around the area. Also, we obtained some secondary data, that is the climate data, that is the rainfall and temperature from the NASA power database. And also, we used a sample size of 40 households. And we, then after collecting the data, we coded the information using Excel and SPSS. Yes, so this is the area that we mapped using Google Earth, and among this point we took four households on each data point. Yes, on the results, after we had coded our data, on the first diagram, we realized that the annual average daily rainfall rose from 1.91 millimeter a day, that was on 205, to 4.84 millimeters in 2023, as you can see on the first diagram. I don't know if it's visible at your end. And also, with rainfall peaks of 20 millimeters in 2018, we realized that on 2018, as you can see on the second graph, 2018 recorded the highest amount of rainfall peak, and so showing erratic, something that was not expected, and hence showing that there was a change in the rainfall amounts. And also the peaks rose from 5.5 in 2005 to 19.5 in 2018. And therefore, we saw that the increase in rainfall trend, because we saw an upward increase in rainfall trend, as I had mentioned earlier, that the existing systems never accommodated for these erratic changes, and hence at times we observed having flooding because they were unable to hold the amount of the stormwater that was available. Onto the temperature, as we had also coded our data, we realized that temperature fluctuated from 16.8 to 18.2 degrees Celsius annually, and also the temperature variability, which is consistent with climate change, impacts on localized weather systems. We realized that we have been having these increased temperatures, and also in the months that people expect to be cold, they are at some place hot, and the ones that they expect to be hot, they are cold. And such variability causes a stress onto the ecosystems, livestock, and crop yields. The second graph was showing an annual average on monthly temperature, and March was showing an increase in the temperatures, and July showing the lowest. The pattern shows increasingly irregularity, with some traditional cooler months experiencing warmer averages, signaling possible shift of season. And this shift was causing or helping us to know that there have been a change in climate change. As we are also looking at the existing system, I had mentioned in my introduction that some of these systems are not maintained. And onto the first diagram on my right, I don't know if it's visible, it's a storm culvert that we observed, and it was having a lot of trash. And then on the second one, it was having a lot of silt that had taken over the service, and hence showing it was not maintained. And for example, in case of storms, then these systems could turn to be blocked, and hence causing them to be ineffective, causing a lot of flooding, for example, on the roads and such kind of things. On to the next. This was some of the coded information that we were taking from the members, and 64.1% rated the drainage systems ineffective. Among from the people we interviewed, they said that these systems were not very effective to them, and also we realized a lot of the systems that were available in Kianjai area, they were characterized by unlined under drains that were prone to erosion, where we saw, for example, in a layman's language, I can say majority of them were just trenches, nothing big that was done onto them. And also, we saw few reinforced or cross drainage systems, and majority of these few reinforced and cross drainage systems, we identified them mainly on roads, but on the other areas, they were not included. And then, speaking also to the members that were around, 80% have noticed weather pattern changes in the past decade, and majority of them were that aspect of climate change. They were linking it most. For example, majority of them are farmers, and how they say they experienced a great shift. For example, while it rains, the rainfall is too extreme, and then a lot of those in the lowlands experiencing flooding, and hence destroying the whatever, those things. And over half, and those things are their produce, yes, pardon for that. And then over half of them observed flooding and erosion and waterlogging, as I've just said. 64% believe that the methods that are available are ineffective. Yes, majority of the people say that the existing stormwater infrastructure, it was not effective to them, and they could not highly highlight the importance of them. So the key issues that we observed, a lot of them were blocked drains, poorly designed infrastructure that could not help, and also impermeability. Residents suggested to harness in stormwater, in rainwater harvesting, and also vegetation to help curb with the soil erosion, and also better policies to be laid up to help up to manage these water systems, stormwater infrastructure. So on to our conclusion, rainfall and temperature trends confirm climate variability, because these are the parameters that we used to check on the climate variability that, as I have explained into my previous presentation. And also the current infrastructure lacks climate adaptation, as I was presenting and telling you that some of these infrastructure have not taken into part of the rapid change in climate effects, and also the predominant open earth drains that are available are very ineffective, and also the residents understand issues and are open into solution. On the recommendations, regular desilting, blocked and or eroded open drains needs to be done. Yeah, so as we saw on a photo here, these systems need to be regularly maintained, that is desilting them, and also to educate public on drainage and waste habits. We need to educate the public on how they deal with their waste, because, for example, a lot of people just still waste and throw away their waste onto these systems, not knowing that they will later impact on them and leading to the blockages of these things. We also suggested that, recommend that we have a combination of green and gray infrastructure approaches that will help us to come with these systems. As we all know, that we are looking on to having sustainable solutions. So we suggest to have green and gray infrastructures integrated, and also the local government should formulate and enforce policies that promote sustainable stormwater management. This is something that we realized, and during our research, a lot of people thought we were there to provide a solution. So it is a good recommendation to them in authority and those people to formulate policies that promote sustainable stormwater management. Yes, so these were some of our references, and IPCC was IPCC. This one is the one that we majored on. Yes, so thank you for listening to me.
Let's clap for him. And I think we will start with you. Questions from audience, and then we go backwards to the other two so that we can take some few questions and clarifications. Any question, please pass the mic over there. If someone has a question, I can see hands at the back. Yeah, any questions to this presenter?
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, let me congratulate you on that exciting piece of work. But let me ask you a question. Why are you recommending that the local government deals with it? Why don't we write a proposal and then we go out into the community and start harnessing the storm water from culverts? It is a lot of water, especially when we have loads of rain, and it could change livelihoods, especially in the arid and semi-arid regions.
I think it was a recommendation to me that instead of just proposing it to the government, I can write a proposal. So I think I did not have something I could just respond.
Thank you so much for the challenge. I think we'll take it up. These are our undergraduate students, so we'll take it up. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My question was, can also creation of dams solve this problem of stormwater in Kenzai? From your research, can you tell us that if we decide to build dams in Kenzai, we may harness this water and maybe have something to do with it?
Well, I never took it from that area, but I think we can, in the places that we can, for example, I say around Kianjai swamp, we can try and harness this increasing stormwater that can help to solve the problem.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Mine is just a recommendation or additional recommendation. Maybe for these local areas, dams might be far-fetched, but you can think of water pans. And as you've been advised about the proposals, yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, water pans are cheaper options. So you can think of water pans and maybe other methods of water preservation, because we could have a storm, the storm water in April, but 3 months later in September, it's so dry and even our livestock cannot have water. So yeah, water pans would do for starters.
Okay,
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Daktari, for the work done on cobalt in Migori. Now, my concern, my name is Dr. Nabea. My concern is the door that you went knocking. You saw then the president. Was the president the right person to sell that idea to, or the Minister for Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs, the CS? For mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, because that's the technical person who can actually understand. That's the guy we expect to understand that when we export raw cobalt, we're exporting jobs. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, me as seeing the president, that was the work of the Vice Chancellor. I dealt with the ministry. I actually wrote a letter to the PS for Mines and Blue Economy. And the first place I went to was the State Department of Mines and Geology. And so the right person to see was the director, one of the directors in the Directorate of Geology. So I sat down with him. He gave me that figure, that 105 million tons of cobalt existing right now as we speak in Migori, in Makalda, that area called Makalda. That's the amount of cobalt that is there. But we have a lot. I'm told even in Tharaka Nithi, here in Meru, we have a lot of cobalt. So that was just one part of the country that we have cobalt. Yeah, I went to see the technical people who understands the stuff. The politics was done by the VC.
Hello, good morning, Patrick. Kenya as a nation, we know we are very rich in minerals. All the way from Turkana, we have oil. So Kenya, we have a lot of minerals. Can we say that the policies of our country are what are hindering us from exploiting these particular minerals in Kenya? For instance, our processing of crude, we used to import crude oil, and we used to process it at Mombasa, yes? But right now, I think the Mombasa processing factory was halted, Sinkwel. So my question is it the government and the policies that this particular government implement is what is hindering Kenya to be a prosperous country in exporting a lot of minerals, if you have done such particular result?
Well, I think, yes, the policies that we have at hand. And I think I blame the technocrats who are in that sector, that they are not seeing the wealth that we can create out of the minerals. I just don't know that the people who are put in charge of our minerals, managing the minerals with regard to policies in the country, do not see the amount of money that we can make out of minerals. So I just don't know. Zach maybe can say something about that with regard to the policies to do with minerals. But yes, we have a lot of minerals around the country. Here in Meru, there are minerals in Tharaka Nithi, minerals, Mount Kenya region. Up to Samburu, we have lithium. I showed you there, lithium in Samburu, in Turkana. We go to coast, there's a lot of minerals, but we have not paid attention that we can make money out of this as a country. Yes.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to ask you, since we know there's a problem in terms of policies, do we have a university not in the world that has invested its resources in making sure that some things work? Because we know that working through policy, there's a lot of vested interest. And one of the reasons why no one is interested is because there's a lot of vested interest around mineral processing in the country. And it's very difficult to cut through that so that we know the minerals are there. Our geologists have done the survey. They can actually tell you it is here, it's here, it's here. But when it comes to investment, the system seems to break down. So the question is, as an institution, and I think one of the keynote speakers yesterday the chairman of DevKey, through this back to us and said, you people, I can give you money if you tell me you have started exploring how to process the iron ore that is in plenty in these 2 counties. He said, don't go for that which is too far. Just go near yourself and I'll come and support you. So that could be the question that since you've done this economic viability, could you come up with a model for Meru University to invest some of its limited resources to actually show that this is how this thing works, yeah? And if we're able to do that, if you can get a license to do it, why not? Set up a department in the engineering that deals with the mines, and then we start doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. This project proposal was all about value addition to cobalt. That we wanted it to be given to us by the ministry, and we do value addition. The first, the starting point is to extract it from the ore, to be done here in Meru Universities by the engineers we have here. Extract it, purify it here in Meru University. That's why we're asking for 300 million. And then we also develop technologies for making the batteries, rechargeable batteries. The future of vehicles is electric vehicles. There's no company in this country making those kind of batteries. But we have, and in fact, in the project, we were to bring them in as partners. So electric vehicle, the batteries for rechargeable batteries for many technologies was one of the things that we were to develop here in Meru University, and the others, as I mentioned. So it was value addition, and we are going to do a lot of stuff on it. And to go to other minerals, as I've mentioned, across the country, you can imagine that titanium was being mined in Kwale and exported as an ore to Canada to process. That's already exporting the jobs, and that's why I was putting, please, don't export it raw. These guys here who are from universities around the country need jobs. Those jobs, we can create them. So if you can have a voice of telling the government to invest there, then we can have enough jobs for these young fellows. That one I know.
Good morning.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kuloba. I'm asking a question as a resident of Migori County. In Migori County, we mine gold, and it is done through deep digging of ores. And in 2023, the government has been trying to limit this due to policies, as said. And as residents of Migori County, there is also a genealogical research of occurrence of lead in Migori County. Now, my question is, what is the sustainability human approach of your economical research? Does it only cater for the financial or economic era, forgetting the humanity side of it? Because that's a challenge we as members of Migori County face. Second question to you, sir. The mineral, cobalt, has a lot of advantages, and so are disadvantages. What are the sustainability recommendations that you are giving out into your proposal? Thank you.
Yeah, for the first question to do with the, I think it's about creating jobs for in fact, the first people to benefit if we started mining cobalt from Migori are the people of Migori. Those are the people who benefit most, because you can just go and work and go home. You don't need to build an estate there for people from Meru to go there. So the people of Migori will be the first to benefit. During this proposal, I actually brought in NEMA. I brought in quite a number of state departments to work together. So with regard to disadvantages of maybe environmental pollution, these teams were there so that we can work together and have a perfect proposal to mine cobalt. With regard to lead, yes, yeah. If you, for the chemistry, Lead is in the periodic table. It's close to cobalt. I don't know from my chemistry. But yes, if it is there, the experts will take care of it. That one I'm sure. Even experts from Mary University alone can take care of that. So there will be no problem. We'll do it professionally, not just the way it's being done right now. Even digging the shafts to go to where it will be done professionally. We have engineers, sufficient engineers in this country to do all that. That one I can promise you. I've taught in JQuat. I taught mines, guys doing mines engineering. So all that, we have professionals in this country. We don't need to get them from anywhere. That one I can tell you. Yeah.
Dr. Kuloba.
Yes.
First of all, I'm giggling because there is no interest in mining. That's because of Zach. Zach, there's no interest in mining, and there's a lot of vested interest. What are we saying? The mining, I like the fact that you are making a commercial recommendation on the mining. But where is the knowledge economy recommendation? The only university that prides itself with mineralogy is Taita Taveta. Is there a space for Meru University to actually build a niche around mineralogy? I am also interested in connection with mineralogy. I'm interested in gemology. Nobody in Kenya trains in gemology. That is why we always export our raw ores. We don't export product. I like your thinking about cobalt. Why don't we purify it right here and start looking for people who can invest in a university, first as a learning thing, so that we can separate the lead from the cobalt. Lead has its long-term poisonous effects, so we should be careful about that. And even find out how we can clean the Migori soil from the lead. How can we harness that and make it healthy? How can we make it a teaching thing, even if we started with a course? Gemology, nobody designs gems apart from the Maasai market ladies, and I think those are the only people who do, and they do it in beads. Can we start even a course of gemology? I'm talking about all the other things you're talking about. We have Savorite, which is every bit as good as Tanzanite, maybe even better looking. Gemology. What do you recommend from your research about this? Can we start?
Yeah, it brings me back to, I teach mechanical engineering units. I teach fluid mechanics, I teach thermodynamics, and I teach heat transfer. I have changed the strategy. As you see me here, I don't give cuts. I don't give coursework. I've changed the strategy. That the students have to make a real working project from the knowledge, from the theory of thermodynamics or of fluid mechanics. And as we speak, I also teach in TUC. That is what they are doing. So what am I saying? In the syllabus of mechanical engineering, we only teach processing of iron ore. We don't pay more attention to what is here. It's like we borrowed it from somewhere where there's a lot of iron ore, and that is what is in the syllabus of mechanical engineering about the Bessemer processes of purifying iron. But there's nothing to do with titanium. There's nothing to do with gemstone, as you say. There's nothing to do with the minerals found here. We have copper somewhere in Ukambani, but we don't teach them. So what I think it is a paradigm shift that we teach the theory and relate it to practical, so that it can be used by students for our life, for the benefit of our lives. Yes, so we have to pay attention to this theory we are teaching it. How can it be used by the students practically for their own benefit and for the benefit of the country? So that's what I'm saying. I don't give cuts. That has been the procedure for a long time. But is it working? Is it working? Are these students using this theory to go and practically use it outside there? So me and my friend Zach there, we chat a lot. And so, Madam, yes, the theory must be related to practicals in this country. Yeah, yeah. But we have engineers, like if you took a mechanical engineer, apart from digging shafts and the safety, the rest a mechanical engineer can do. Together with civil engineers for the big earthworks, we have enough, we have sufficient expertise in this country to mine our mines. We don't need people from outside. That I can tell you for sure.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for the good presentation. My name is Simon. I've heard you mentioning that you have a lot of cobalt here in Meru, Tarakaniti. Maybe my question is that what motivated you to go all the way to mine the cobalt from Migori, but not here in Meru?
It is already there. It's already there. In fact, it was that place, that Makalda, was once given to some Chinese fellows. He took what was easy, and he exported it to China, and after some time he left. So that is already existing. I think that's why I went there. Yeah, it's already existing.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Kloba, for a good presentation. And mine is not a question, just to reinforce that at Meru University, we have an Institute of Cement and Concrete. In this room, we also have representative geologists. So actually, we have had some visiting professors giving us a course on applied mineralogy and how to characterize some of these minerals using different phases. And our lab is equipped. So for those who are interested, who need to explore this area more, welcome to the Institute of Cement and Concrete. Engineer Kloba will still get back to you. We shall get more. And actually, there is much going on, and we shall be placing ourselves at a point whereby we are able to offer a full-fledged course like Taita Taveta, so that we shall be able to earn as much of these resources, starting from Meru all the way to Mbere South, that's at Embu. So it's a good presentation. Much interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a challenge, Dr. But also in the School of Engineering, we need to think. I think Prof was giving as a challenge there. Why can't we start by introducing first the courses? So practical oriented courses on processing of all types of minerals here. And then now we shall have equipped enough personnel who can now do the large scale. And I think that is a very good proposal, and we shall look at that, even starting a department of metallurgy or mining in the School of Engineering. So that is in the pipeline, and let's hurry up. Actually, we have a foundry within this compound, which can do the melting and all this. And many people don't know that. We have a very, 2 5-ton furnaces in this compound. Can we make use of that and start melting things around? We will do that, Prof. Okay, so there was the first presenter. Anybody who has a question for the first presentation on blockchain? Yeah.
Good morning, Joyce. I'm happy to see that you are trying to implement security in our dynamic ERPs. The presentation was nice. What I wanted to know just from you is the challenges you faced while trying to conduct this particular and the implementation of the same here in MUST.
Thank you so much. In my presentation, remember I mentioned about decentralization. I think when you're talking about blockchain, Mainly, we see the applicability of the same requires that you have multiple databases. And also it matters a lot on the architecture of the systems that you are using, and which is why that was one of our main challenges, because for us to ascertain that the solution was working, we needed multiple databases. And that is how we came up with the cluster failover mechanism to help us to simulate the aspect of decentralization. So that was the major. Basically, that was the major, because for a solution, remember we said we came up with what we are calling, we came up with a code unit. And the code unit is what is helping us now to encrypt or rather to generate that hash. So that was not a major of a challenge, but the challenge was the multiple databases, considering our environment is on premise, and generally we do not have multiple databases. So we could not be able to simulate on the premise, but we had to do the cluster failover to have the multiple simulation of the databases. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much, Joyce, for your presentation. I'm just wondering or questioning, now that the AI is here with us, what aspect or how will it affect the ERP going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. A good question in line with the AI, and probably what within our research probably, and remember in our solution we are talking about the performance, and we also wanted to, we didn't want to make our research quite the scope to be so wide, but probably it's only that we never did that, put that as a recommendation. Probably in future, what we are thinking is introduction of machine learning in the same to help us to actually be able to introduce running within our databases. And I think that is one of the things that we need to measure on, because as the database grows, we also need to introduce the aspect of AI to help us now to get very fast and quick results from that. Thank you.
Okay, my question is on latency. Considering that you have introduced a code unit that is specifically to do encryption, part of it, and then put that into a blockchain, how will you now cope with the increased latency and complexity in transactions? Because we are not talking of a data warehouse here. We are talking of an operational system that is being used day by day, because everything you touch in that ERP will going to generate a log, yeah? And if that log is going to undergo some process of hashing, then into a blockchain in a different database, how will that affect now the latency, the speed of transactions to the user?
Yes, we actually noted that, because remember we have talked about the growth and that cycle of Bitcoin or blockchain within the DB. We realize that the database is growing very fast. We realize that the performance is being affected. And in one of my slides, remember we talked about, we tested the performance. We are able to test the performance, and which is why we are recommending use of pruning. And this probably, if you are to do this within a solution or on an environment where you do not have adequate resources, of course performance is going to be affected. For our case, we realized we needed to introduce pruning, and especially if you are doing it in a case like for us on an on-premise solution. We have to introduce pruning so that even as we move on, we now configure, we make our database, we configure it in such a way that after a while we are able to prune those files. We are able to prune the logs, and we can actually be able to move them out of our system to help the performance. That is one of the reasons why we recommended that. Otherwise, when we go full distributed, then it requires whoever implements this to have very high-end solutions. The specification, the resources on where you are operating this solution must be of very high end, yes. Well noted. I think something to ponder about and look into what gets into the changelog and what needs that full security and what probably we can leave out. Well noted.
Thank you, Joyce, for your presentation. Now, there's the idea of blockchain is the question of permanency and non-interference of entries. Now, there's an ethical question there which you've not talked about and which I would like you to reflect about, especially given the movement towards people's privacy. There's a movement within the technology world about the right to be forgotten. When you put data in the blockchain, it means it cannot be removed. If that, from a layman's perspective, what about the right to be forgotten? As it's being recommended to be adopted within the university, do you have a policy where, after a while, if I've been here, I have a right to be forgotten after a period of time? And the blockchain presupposes that that information will always be there for whatever time that system exists.
Thank you, Daktari. I think within our policies, for one, we do not have predefined times as to when we can be able to retry. As much as we are talking about pruning of these logs, within our policies, what we know is that transactions will never be forgotten. And I think that is one of the reasons why we are saying that we need adequate resources. Because for any transaction that has hit the database, it is basically meant to be retained for quite a while. I think the policies talked about over 8 years or so. But for now, we have not considered the aspect of that, on how probably we can get rid of that. But I think it's something that we can also consider as we are looking into how we are protecting these logs. Because basically, as I mentioned within the presentation, this we have noted with a lot of concern from our experience that even after a very long time, you can be asked to go back to the database and try to retrieve what happened at a certain point, probably 5 years ago, what happened. And the only thing that can guide you are these change logs. So I think that is something that we need also to consider, as you put it. So we take note of that. Alfred, probably as we finalize, we can be able to implement the same. Thank you.
Okay, let's have the last one. I'm told the tea is also ready. We will take a small break. Next door here, we take tea, come back and proceed with the next presentations. So let's have that question.
Madam Joyce and Afrin, that was a very good presentation. Now the question is, how tamper-proof is your blockchain? In essence, how many designs have you put into place to make sure that it is purely tamper-proof, like you said there during the presentation?
Thank you, Daktari. I'm laughing because when you ask how tamper-proof, yes. Yes, our solution, we can say it is tamper-proof. We have tested and we have confirmed that you cannot tamper with the solution. And we have noted that if you try to tamper, just like the way the normal blockchain works, if you try to tamper with those logs, what is happening is that you change the whole chain of the block. And remember, that is what it is all meant for. That if I try to change a single entry, it actually changes everything within the cycle of that block. So that is how tamper-proof it is. So the code unit that we have come up with, it is able actually to simulate, it is able to check all the entries. And remember when you implement that, and what we were showing here, what happens when you start inserting an entry, is that it is first going to be taken by that unit code, and then a hash is actually appended to that entry. So all the way to the end. So if I happen to go and change just one entry for that whole chain or that block, it changes all the rest. So that is how tamper-proof it is, because you cannot change one and leave the rest. And even when you go to the second one, you still cannot. And remember, our solution is meant to ensure that, because our key culprits here are the super users, who are the administrators and any other privileged user. And remember, these are the people who are able to get direct into the data, probably to the code unit. And again, probably to mention about that, our code unit is also protected, such that we've been able to sieve that. Yes. Designs. Or you want to get to hear the designs that we have used? Alfred, you'll help me answer that. The number of designs that we have used.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. Maybe just to add on what my co-author Joyce is talking about, we are using SHA-256 to encrypt the hash, to generate the hash, and based on the previous hash and the actual data that is on that transaction, like we had displayed the user ID and some of the data that is specific to that transaction. That is how we are able to come up with the hash and actually to validate that while checking if it has been altered with. I don't know if that answers. Yes.
Let's clap for them. So far, so good. We managed to have our morning presentations up to this point. So we will take a small 30 minutes break and be back here by, what time is that? This is 10:46. Let's take 15 minutes. The tea is just across here, so that we can, at 11, we can actually start. Now, if your name is in the presentation list, you can see me so that we can align it with the timelines. Even if you are presenting in the afternoon and you're already here, we could swap your times, because we may not follow this order, because most people, and there are those who were presenting yesterday, but they were not in, and they have now come. Let's also know that you are around so that we can schedule your presentation. Thank you. Enjoy your breakfast.
I think Meru is actually one of the most important places in Kenya. I think Kenya is one of the most important countries in the world, because as we go forward, it's countries like Kenya that are resilient, that have the ability to adapt, to pivot, and with young populations are going to become part of the second order of countries that, in a world that's been dominated by large powers and basically, coming after 500 years of European expansion, we were going to see a leveling off of this, and other countries, be it Kenya, be it Morocco, be it Malaysia, Indonesia, are going to play a more and more crucial part in finding solutions for the dilemmas that we are facing.
master's student of cement and concrete, and today I'll be presenting my research on preliminary survey on stabilization practices and awareness of sustainable binders in Kenya road construction sector. And my supervisors are Dr. Joseph Mwiti and Dr. Julia Zatumo. And currently, as we all know, the population in the world is rapidly rising. And also in Africa, as you can see with time, the population has been rising. In 2000, we had a population of like 0.8 billion, but currently we have a population of like 1.5 billion, and it's expected to rise with time. And the reason we should worry about this population rise is because of our infrastructure. As we all know, infrastructure is key to our economic growth and even business productivity. And currently, our road infrastructure in the world, we only have around 25% of our roads which are paved. And the situation in Kenya is just the same. As you can see from the map of Kenya, the blue parts represent the unpaved roads we have in Kenya, which accounts for 91% of our total road network, and only 9% of our road network in Kenya is paved. As you can see from the map, only the red parts is the paved roads we have in Kenya. And it's majorly on major cities and also in major towns. And what does Kenya have plans in our road sector? As we can see, according to the Kenya National Highway Authorities, in the strategic plan 2023-2027, they are only planning to construct 1,183 kilometers of roads, and they are planning to maintain a larger kilometers of road, that is 75,000 kilometers. And we may ask ourselves the reason they are maintaining larger kilometers of roads even than constructing new roads, and the main reason is due to the frequent degradation of the roads we have. And in the right, you can see they are spending billions of money in constructing new roads and even maintaining the roads we have. And the road we are talking about, which is expensive to both construct and even maintain, is this road. For us, we only see the top layers, but the cost of construction of this road is majorly influenced by the materials we are using to construct this road. For the topmost part, we use asphalt concrete, which is basically bitumen, and bitumen is a petroleum product, and we import it from outside. So it's very expensive. And for the other layers, that is the base course, and the base course, as you can see, we use just these natural materials, crushed stone, and this crushed stone cannot be used the way it is in construction of our roads. So in construction, we normally stabilize these materials before we use. And also for the sub base, which is the lower layer, it's just the natural soil. And we cannot use it as it is. We have also to stabilize. And for the major stabilization practices we use is the mechanical stabilization and the chemical stabilization. For the mechanical stabilization, it involves just blending different materials with good engineering properties together. And for the chemical stabilization, it involves using chemicals, that is the cement and lime. And what is the problem with the current stabilizers which are currently used in road construction, that is cement and lime? The main problem is the high cost of this cement and lime, which comes from the energy-intensive processes of manufacturing cement, and also transporting. Maybe if you are constructing a road here in Meru, transporting the cement from Nairobi, where it's manufactured, it's expensive to bring it here. And also for the cement which is used, it accounts for 8% of the global CO2 emission, and hence it's detrimental to our environment. And also the cement which is used, as you can see, it leads to long-term poor performance. That's why we are maintaining a lot of roads, because when you use cement to stabilize your layers, it encounters a lot of cracking, which is due to heat of hydration. And so the main objective of this study, the first one was to assess the current stabilization practices and to evaluate the level of awareness, challenges, and opportunities for using sustainable binders to replace the conventional binders we are currently using. And the specific objective, my first specific objective, was to identify the type of stabilizers which is currently used. Number 2 was to evaluate the level of awareness and practical use of sustainable binders in the current construction of roads. Number 3 was to examine the factors influencing the selection, the dosage, and the application of these stabilizers. And number 4 was just to assess the challenges and standardization gaps which exist in our current stabilizers. And my methodology is where I first formulated a questionnaire, a structured one, then I sent to the respondents. I collected my data and did some data analysis using Excel. And these were the main stakeholders whom I shared the questionnaires with. They are all road sector stakeholders, that is the consultants, the contractors, road engineers, also academic and researchers. And the first finding I established from my study was that cement is the most used stabilizer in road construction, and it was closely followed by lime, then bitumen. And also I established that despite using the chemical stabilizers, also mechanical stabilization is done. And for the cement which is used, it's mainly the 42.5 grades megapascal cement. That means our roads have to acquire high strength when constructed. And also the choice of stabilizers which is currently used, the stakeholders reported that it was majorly due to the project specification, which was closely followed by the lab test and also the cost of the stabilizer. And the discussion I had is that the proven effectiveness of using this cement is the main reason why cement is widely used for stabilization. And also the soil type and project specification plays a major role in selecting a stabilizer. And the challenges with the stabilizer which is currently used, the main challenges I established was the high cost of the stabilizer, that is the cement and lime. It was closely followed by environmental concern and also the long-term performance. And also the stakeholders stated that they experience a lot of long-term performance issue when using the current stabilizer, that is cement. And what I found out from my discussion is high material cost and even the operational cost of mixing the cement and the materials using the equipment was very expensive. And also using the cement and lime, it's also an issue because it leads to long-term performance and hence durability issues in our roads. And also the study assessed the use of sustainable binders in our road construction sector, and it established that only 54.2% of the stakeholders in the road construction were aware of sustainable binders, and only 75% out of those who were aware had used these sustainable binders, and 95% stated that they were willing to adopt these sustainable binders. And the main reason behind them not adopting these sustainable binders is because of our standard. As you can see, 37.5 stated that our current road manuals and specification does not allow the use of these sustainable binders in road construction. And this was my discussion that there is low awareness of sustainable binders for road construction. And also adoption of these sustainable binders mainly depended on the performance and also the policy support and training for the stakeholders. And there is lack of these guidelines to use these green cements for stabilization. And also the study established that the road construction cost, which I stated, is very high even in 2023-2027 strategic plan. It was mainly attributed, despite for the bitumen, it is also attributed to this cost of stabilizers, which is very expensive. And this was my discussion. The high cost of current stabilizers directly affect the cost of road construction. And hence we need sustainable binders so that we can reduce the cost and also performance benefits. Hence this will ensure that we construct our roads and we have good infrastructure. In conclusion, I made some conclusion that cement is the most used stabilizer, that is 42.5 megapascal cement. And both chemical and mechanical stabilization practices is used, but majorly they use the chemical stabilization by use of cement. And also the high cost is a leading challenge in use of this cement. And the performance issues, that is strength development and even the long-term performance, are the main challenges when using these cements and lime which is currently used. And there's also limited awareness of the sustainable binders. And my recommendation is that more research is needed on sustainable binders. And these sustainable binders is those binders that incorporate local materials to make the road construction even cheaper, because we'll not have to construct, to transport the cement from Nairobi to our local places. And also there's need to update our standards to incorporate these sustainable cement, so that when we construct roads, even engineers, they will be confident about these sustainable binders. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give, thank you for that. You exceeded by 2 minutes. So the next presenter, we will take 3, then please note your questions. If there's anything you will want to clarify with her, note it somewhere. She will be back for questions. The next presenter is Susan. They are here. Please proceed to the And for those who have come, if you have any presentation, please, you can privately come and we confirm and give you a number. You're in the line so that we can note that you are present. If you are scheduled to present or you were to present yesterday, we will try and find time so that you present your paper or research. Karibu.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gladys Wamboy Kamau, and I'm here to present a project on performance evaluation of mechanical properties of polyethylene and sand composite for sustainable pole fencing solution. And my core authors were Jerry Susan, Mr. George Njiru, and Mr. Ben Asiago. Yes, and to the introduction, I would say that plastic are biodegradable, and for this, they causes pollution. And over the years, polyethylene is amongst one of the major used plastics. And polyethylene, these are the plastic bag, the water bottles, and the likes. And we find that polyethylene is one of the most produced plastic due to its various application and wide use. And we find that in the production cycle that the way it causes pollution for it lacks a way to okay. What I'm saying is that polyethylene being produced in large amount due to lack of a solution to its end products, it end up causing a lot of pollution to environment. But it is recyclable, and one of the emerging solution is the mixture of polyethylene and sand to form a composite that can be used in the building construction. And to the problem statement, I say that the increasing polyethylene used leading to waste, and also there is the fencing demand due to one of the methods of fencing that is used is the use of wood, which leads to deforestation, and hence also a need for another friendly, environmental friendly method, which the polyethylene and sand is emerging as a promising alternative, which will be durable, eco-friendly, and yes. And for this, it lacks also the studies, the mechanical study, to understand if it can be used in the construction. Yes. And onto the objectives were to assess the compressive and split tensile strength for the polyethylene sand composite, to evaluate the heat resistance of the composite, and to also compare its performance with concrete. And for our project, we used an additive to add the strength of the plastic. We were using the plastic water bottles, which have less strength, so we decided to add an additive, and our additive would be the cement. So we also, we are testing the strength using the polyethylene, the sand, and also the cement. So these are some of the literature reviews that has enabled to show us that the composite can be used as in the construction, and also the recycling being benefit, and also the pollution, the need for a solution due to the pollution. So the methodology, we started by collecting the plastics, then we went to sorting them between the papers and the plastic, and then cleaning them, and then we measured according to we were using different ratios, 1:2, 1:3, and 1:4, and then we melt, we melt the plastic, and then we mix it with the polyethylene and sand, and then we put them in the mold where we used 150 by 150, then the cooling for 24 hours, and then we did the curing for 14 days, and then we did the testing, the compressive, the split tensile, and also the heat resistance, and then we had the presentation of the data. Well, these are what we melted, mixing it, then molding, and then cooling. And these are the setup for the various testings. And the results that we found that in the three ratios that 1.2 proved to have the highest compressive strength, having 1.2 with 15% having 9.5, but in addition of when you add sand to the sand and cement, you find that the strength goes on reducing. And then we did for split tensile, and also we found almost the same thing. It has the same strength with compressive, 1.2, and when we add the cement being 15%, being with highest with 0.58, and we did the heat resistant, and we find that they have a good high resistance, because even 1.2 melts at 120, and 1.3 melts at 125 degrees, and 1.4 melts at 150 degrees. Onto the discussion, we wanted to compare it to the concrete to see if it can replace the concrete as a structure, but we find that 1.2 being the highest has 9.5, whereas when we compare it with the concrete with the class 20, you find that it has 20, and split tensile it has 2 to 1.5, coming to the conclusion that though the composite they have medium strength, they cannot be compared with concrete. Hence, they are not suitable for structural concrete replacement, but they can be used for structures that do not bear loads, such as the fencing poles. And for the fencing pole, they offer various benefits as they are flexible, the high heat resistance, and they are eco-friendly, and hence what we recommend that they can be used. The 1.2 can be used. The best ratio to use was 1.2 mixtures and 1.4 in the hot climates, and we decided to either we can recommendation for more research on the durability, also to look at other additives. For cement is not the only, if maybe the fly ash or other additives could offer higher strength or better split tensile compared with the cement, and also the life cycle of the product. Yes, these are some of the references, and yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. A very innovative way to circumvent the menace of plastics. I hope it is something that can help clean our environment, because plastics are really a challenge if we can find value like this. So if you have any questions, keep them. She will be back. She will answer your doubts and any questions. So let's have the third presenter presenting. That is Halima. Halima, please proceed to the podium.
Good morning. Halima Kadzo, and I'm presenting my research on evaluating the use of hollow interlocking concrete blocks in construction, the perceptions, practices, and performance together with opportunities as we explore them. My supervisors are Dr. Joseph Mwiti and Professor John Mwero. So before we get to the hollow interlocking concrete blocks, we realize that since there is an expected growth of population across the continents, focusing particularly on Africa, which is at 1.5 billion people, there is an expected population growth. It's actually expected to double by the year 2070, according to the UN prospects. And with increased population, there is also increased demand for housing. So when we we narrow it down to Kenya, with a population of about 57 million people and the annual housing demand at 250,000 units, we are only able to supply 50,000 units, and giving us a shortfall of 200,000 units. So this poses a question: what could be done? And in the construction industry, one of the key aspects that contributes to the cost of construction is the building materials and the building units that are used. So there is ongoing research and innovations, and that's what brings us to the hollow interlocking concrete block, which is one of the innovative ways that have come up to provide more affordable construction units. So these blocks are prized for their interlocking design, which causes them to have reduced mortar use and increasing the speed of construction. They are lightweight, they are easy to install, and they have even better insulation. But there seems to be a gap on the uptake of this material in the industry. Yes, the blocks are available, and we expect their adoption because, as we've seen, they have many benefits. But what is the missing link? And it seems like there is a gap in stakeholder evidence. There's a gap in the perception and awareness of the block and its utilization, as well as there's limited user-based performance data. So that is the whole point of this project. We are trying to gather information on those who are actually using the block, so that we can have performance data from the real world stakeholders. So this is important because we need evidence to inform policy and practices, and as a result, when we're able to utilize these blocks, since they can be locally made, we'll be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 8 for decent work and economic growth through job creation, as well as the Sustainable Development Goal on building more sustainable communities which will be achieved by addressing Kenya's housing crisis. So for the objectives, the main objective was to evaluate the use of these blocks in construction based on the stakeholders' perceptions, the construction practices, the performance, and the potential opportunities. And for the objectives, to assess the awareness and perception of these blocks, to examine the current practices, evaluating the perceived and experience from of the performance, and to identify the opportunities for wider adoption. So I developed questionnaires from which there were some responses, and the data was analyzed and results were made, and I drew some conclusions from that. So a total of 45 stakeholders were took part in answering the survey. Engineers, those are those in construction, particularly site engineers and all that. Those in academia, researchers, site managers, contractors. And from these stakeholders, 66.7% had used the hollow interlocking concrete blocks at some point in their projects, but 33% had not used the blocks. And going on to find out the types of construction projects where these blocks were used, the residential buildings ranked high. That is where the hollow interlocking concrete blocks are used mostly, but also for other uses were such as the commercial buildings and boundary walls. I went ahead to find out what are the main advantages that have been observed from the use of these blocks. So faster construction time ranked high because, you know, in construction, they need to deliver for the clients within the stipulated time. So faster construction, which was followed by the cost effectiveness and ease of installation because of the interlocking mechanism, and also being that there was reduced mortar use. So they go together. Trying to find out if there were some long-term issues that have been observed with these blocks. But most of the respondents said that there were no issues observed, but some few stated issues with shifting and cracking. So I also considered the challenges that they might have faced when using the block, and majorly it was lack of awareness or acceptance from the clients, because considering that it's an upcoming technology, even though the engineers could know exactly how it is, the clients have limited awareness and acceptance, also limited availability and limited technical know-how. But for the strength comparisons with the traditional masonry blocks, it was realized that they were considered stronger, as well as their strength was about the same. So there was a tie between about the same and higher, slightly stronger strength. And you can see that might have been influenced by different methods of preparing the blocks. But the satisfaction level, the stakeholders seemed satisfied. There was none that was dissatisfied, and others were even very much satisfied. So for the concerns for those who have not used the block, the opportunities that could be considered in this invention. So 66.7% majority of the people said that they would actually consider using blocks that incorporate alternative materials. And their major influence, the thing that would influence them the most to use blocks from alternative materials would be if it will have a lower cost, better strength. So we see that even though cost effectiveness was one of the benefits from the block, people will still prefer if it could even go lower by incorporating alternative materials. So from this, I drew the discussion that majority of respondents are aware of the blocks, but there is still limited awareness on is about the strength and durability, and there's also absence of formal standards in our Kenyan context, and also technical training. This influenced varied practices in the production of the block, and that the respondents were open to using alternative materials as long as it would offer better cost and strength. So from this, we realized that those who are professionals, they know about the block, but there's less knowledge from the client side. There's also the benefits, faster construction and saving the cost, but if we will be able to scale up the intake of these blocks by creating awareness, training, and having clear standards for the hollow interlocking concrete blocks, and also that the stakeholders are open to utilizing alternative materials. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll ask you to stand there for a few questions from the audience. Anyone with a question on this technology that she's, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that good presentation. And also the other two presenters, your presentations are okay. My question is just one. This is science, so I expected to see some numbers, some comparison, because numbers speaks better than just doing a survey. Are you intending to do the comparison by using numbers so that we can maybe see this one is stronger than the other, and there's a way you can measure that strength? Or maybe the cost, because to me I feel you can convince me better by numbers rather than just doing a survey. That question cuts across the three of you, so on behalf of the others, you can answer that question.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And that's true, the numbers speak better. And for my case, in this, there are preliminary studies. I'm considering to go the direction of using an alternative material to even lower the cost and improve the strength of the block. So that's why I did the survey first to know what is in the market and what are they accepting, and so that when I incorporate the alternative materials now, I'm able to have a point of comparison. Yeah, thank you.
Halima, it was a great presentation, and I have a couple of questions to ask you. Probably there are 6. The first question, I think someone kept, okay, had the clarity. Okay, my question goes, do you plan to physically test the blocks straight or just rely on people's perception and construction experiences? That's the first question. The second, what specific structural applications are you evaluating? Is it load-bearing walls or partitioning walls or pavements? And another question is, you mentioned about opportunities, and how will you identify whether those opportunities are actually scalable or just theoretical? Okay, another question, do you plan to include cost-benefit analysis in your performance evaluation? And another question is, what are the non-drawbacks of interlocking blocks in construction? How will your research address and acknowledge them? And I have another question. Sorry, compose yourself. Okay, can you discuss the potential for using interlocking concrete hollow blocks in disaster-resistant construction? Thank you.
I caught some. Okay, yeah. Yes, thank you. So as I said, these first preliminary studies, so that I will know what exactly I'm working on, so that I'm not in the lab and being detached from what is happening in the market. So first, my focus was to evaluate the perception and the acceptance and how they view the block, and then to improve on it. So of course, yes, I will conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the blocks that I'll make using alternative materials. Yes, I'll check on the cost-benefit analysis. And sorry, the other one was?
You mentioned opportunities. How will you identify whether those opportunities are actually scalable or just theoretical?
Okay, actually the opportunity that I've focused on was the use of alternative materials to improve. So from this survey, it shows that the stakeholders are willing to incorporate alternative materials. So that's an opportunity for me as the researcher to improve this material that is already out there. And as you can see, they needed it to have even a lower cost, so the cost-benefit analysis will come in handy at that, and also better strength. So the materials that I'll be using, the alternative materials that I'll be incorporating, will focus to achieve these which have been expressed by the stakeholders.
Okay, another question. What specific structural applications are you evaluating? I was asking, are you evaluating about the load-bearing walls, or partition walls, or pavements? I need clarity.
So for now, for this study, I didn't evaluate any of those in their specifications, but when conducting my actual research on the improvement of the block, I'll consider the different load-bearing structures according to their standards.
Okay, another question is, can you discuss, like, just a simple discussion of the potential of using interlocking blocks in disaster-resistant construction?
The potential of using
interlocking concrete hollow blocks in disaster-resistant construction.
Okay, the focus of this research was not disaster resistance, because at the moment, the issue that was in the construction was on the cost of the materials. That's where I built my point, the need for housing, cost of materials, and to achieve better strength. So I don't have the numbers for the disaster management, but I think it could be an opportunity to be explored, how we can improve it.
Okay, this was the last question. Like, I needed a little bit of understanding of the drawbacks of interlocking blocks in construction, and how will your research address or acknowledge them?
Yeah, so the the concerns, I think the drawbacks are linked to the concerns, yes. And the concern was on strength and durability. So I'll be conducting a durability assessment when I use the alternative materials in order to establish how durable they are in comparison to what already exists in the market.
It's to her. Yes, it's a comment I'm seeking from her. Yes, thank you. My name is Rogers, and I'm seeking for your comment. Do you think that the construction industry will continue forever? The construction industry, will it continue forever? Because as more people are born, others are dying. That is what we call the stochastic process, so that it's balancing out. So from her opening statements, it showed that by 2070, the population will be somewhere. So does it mean that with that population, we'll still need new houses because we are building, others were built. So will there be need to build more houses?
Yeah, we still need more houses and even more improvements on that, because as you can see, the population has been increasing even though people are dying, but the population has still been increasing. So they'll still need shelter, and we still need to yes, and we have new designs also. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Any questions to the other two presenters? And please keep the questions easy, faster. We need to, and of course, remember, you can actually visit our journal is going to publish all this research. Go visit there, read all the entire research, get some of the answers to the questions. And obviously the contacts of these researchers are there. If you have any particular attention, you can also follow them so that you assist them to enhance this research, is it? But good questions. The other two presenters, does anyone have a question?
Yes, I have a question for the first presenter.
Yes, first presenter was...
assessment or, I don't know, stabilization practices awareness.
Abigail.
Yeah.
There she is. Proceed.
Yes, she had a very good presentation, and I have a couple of questions for her also. And I need to understand what type of sustainable binders were you assessing, and how do you compare them to the traditional ones like cement and lime? That's the first question.
Okay, for this study, it was just a baseline study to identify if there's any sustainable binders which is currently used in road construction. But as you saw, a lot of the stakeholders stated that they are not using any sustainable binders. And for my research, I'll research on some local materials which I'll come up with sustainable binders which can be used in road construction. I'll do my work in the lab, and I'll also assess it in a real road construction project.
Okay, you mentioned about you're talking about the sustainable binders, right? Yeah. So, how will you determine what qualifies as sustainable? Based on emissions, cost, availability, or something else?
Okay, for my sustainable binders which I'll produce, I'll have to do some tests in the lab because I'll stabilize my materials which I'll actually acquire in the road. I'll do some specific tests to ascertain the engineering properties. Yeah, that is the plasticity test, the California bearing ratios.
Okay, if your research shows that, okay, the sustainability of the binders are variable, but not widely adopted, how will you explain the gap between awareness and practice?
Okay, what I'm planning to do is first do the research, then I'll be able to to speak my findings to the stakeholders and also the policy makers, and if the research will be effective, they will see a way in which they will incorporate in the policy.
Okay, you are talking about awareness.
Yeah.
How do you plan to assess awareness?
To assess I have already assessed the
Okay.
awareness.
Will you depend on surveys or interviews or on professional level training?
For the awareness, for those who are not aware, I'll do some trainings, and also, yeah.
It's okay. I have the last question for you. I'm sorry. Okay. Coming up with this topic, okay, when you did your first proposal, I think you came across about, maybe you have an example of an existing project that dealt with sustainable binders. Okay, have you come across of any project that have dealt with sustainable binders?
No. But actually from this survey, some people say they're using sustainable binders, that is the bitumen for stabilization.
Okay. How will you account for the variability in soil types and environmental condition? Do you?
Yeah, for my project, for the first lab test I'll just assess the expansive soils, which are a major problem. But if it's recommended also to do some tests on other road construction materials.
Okay, thank you.
Let's proceed. We have a question. I think let's ask maximum of one question. One question, okay, per person, so that we give more people opportunity to ask.
Okay, okay. Sorry. From the point of view, just giving a comment, a nice presentation, and maybe from the questions you are asking is better. Talk about sustainability of our pavements or for binders. So it's not something that she's trying to create new, but it's basically harnessing materials that are locally, which we haven't used or we don't know that they can be used for us to be able to stabilize our subgrades for our road pavements. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for her. Let's go to the next presentations. Was there a question on the other group on concrete poles, polyethylene? Yes, please come as the next presenter prepares.
Is it Wambui or Njeri? Thank you, Njeri. The presentation was good, but I think I need some clarification, or you can think about it. You have used cement. So was cement a binder, or was it a filler material in your project, considering plastics themselves, they are binders? That is number one. Then number two, you did combustion of the plastics, eh? And when you are doing combustion, we have emissions. So my question is, combustion of plastic releases microplastics, dioxins, etc., which are carcinogenic. How do you address this in your project? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc. My name is Njoki Susan. For the filler, for the cement, the question of the cement, we are using cement as a filler other than a binder. So our plastic is the main binder, and the cement is the filler material. For the releasing of the gases for the mass production of these poles and maybe other products. We intend to maybe come up with designs of maybe an enclosed chamber to be melting and mixing our products so that we can reduce those emissions to the environment and yeah.
Okay, ask. You can do, yes.
Yeah, cement one is readily available, and there are other filler materials like fly ash. There is another like rice husks, which were not available, especially for fly ash. Fly ash is that product from when you burn coal, maybe in a nuclear plant, and that to get that is very expensive. And for the rice husks, still it's not readily available. Maybe you go to maybe rice plantation and get them. So that's why we recommended for other research on other binders, other filler materials rather than the cement and those two. Actually, we didn't think about that, and maybe we can put that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for them. You can pass the mic. Our next presenter is John Minor, presenting on their topic of research. Karibu. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, if you have questions, just note them down. I will be glad to respond. Okay, so the topic is leveraging on ISO standards for systems librarianship in digital and smart libraries. And this is a systematic review, and it's geared on coming up with strategic recommendations to policymakers and curriculum developers, since we don't have a curriculum for systems librarian. Don't ask me how I became one. I will respond later. Globally, the ISO standard is being adopted just to improve the efficiency on a nutshell, of which is good, and even to improve the quality. So ISO standards comes up with frameworks to guide institutions to improve on their quality of the services, to improve on the security and efficiency and effectiveness of their functionalities and operations. And systems librarianships are pivotal in managing technologies in digital libraries. Since 2000, Kenya became one of the countries in Africa whom were digitizing their libraries. And just to report to this congregation that there is no library in Kenya that is not digitized, especially the academic institutions. And in Africa, and particularly in Kenya, adoption of ISO standards is remaining redundant. And I'm glad Meru University has adopted 2 of the standards that I'm going to highlight. Ideally, these standards need to guide the institutions on how to come up with these frameworks and how to implement it and how to make it work. But reality on the ground is different. Things have changed. So there is limited gaps, or the skill gaps. There is limited funding, and there is low ISO standards adoption, and this has led to some of the consequences, and that is poor service delivery, or rather the quality of the services. Also, it has increased the vulnerability of the security, and also it has led to lagging behind of this adoption of these standards. And the research gap, there's no empirical review that has done, or maybe I can mention it's limited, because out of this systematic review, I only managed to come up with 27 in Africa or in the world that has touched the system librarianship and the ISO standards. The objective was to do a systematic review, so I was sourcing some of these literatures, and then I tried to synthesize together with my co-authors, and then the third objective was to propose some of the recommendations that are strategic to the policymakers and curriculum developers. The first ISO standards, some of the highlights that we managed to find out from the empirical review. The ISO 9001, which Meru University, I'm glad, is one of them that has adopted it, is on the QMS, the quality management systems, and this focuses on the user satisfaction. It also focuses on the quality and the continuous improvement, and it links to this study where it will ensure the digital library services are well managed by the systems librarian, because the systems librarians, they are the engine in the library together with the other librarians. We also have, we found out there is another standard, 20001, and this one is on the IT services management, and it focuses on the IT service delivery, incident management, and change control, and it links to this study by guiding the system librarian in service monitoring and IT operations. And I realized that the system librarian has to double up as the one librarian and two as an IT expert. Another ISO standard that is 27001, also Meru University is certified on that. That is on ISMS, Information Security Management Systems, and it focuses on the data protection, cybersecurity, and access control. And the system librarians needs to adapt on this framework or understand it better so that he or she can protect the knowledge of the university, because the system librarian is the one who ensures the installation of all repositories. So it keeps the legacy of the university. So if the system is attacked, the repository, then the university loses the legacy. And some of the incidents that happened, some after COVID, some institutions were attacked from another country, the hackers, and some institutions, they lost their legacy. And up to now, they're still trying to recover from the backups they had, which were long behind backed up. And then there is another standard, and this one is important, the ISO standard on the 3045 on the human resource management, and it focuses on the recruitment, competencies, and professional development. And I think we need to improve more. I think now, with this, because we'll also be presented in another professional stage, I think the policymakers will help me to enforce this or to leverage this standard, ISO standard, so that, like now, if I report, are you aware, since 2010 up to 2025, the systems librarians in Kenya, there are 10, the substantive systems librarian. Yeah. And those 10, there is no any HR document that has established the systems librarian in the staff establishment, and they have stipulated all the roles, all the job descriptions. So they only borrow depending with what the librarian will recommend to them or the needs of the library. We need someone to install Koha, we need someone to install DSpace, and then they use that to come up with the JD. On the methodology, the design was on the systematic review, and I borrowed from Prisma, that is preferred reporting items on systematic review, on meta-analysis. And the databases, not limited to this, like Google Scholar, which is common, the Scopus, that is from Elsevier, and many more. a number of databases because I was trying to source this information, which they were rare. It's not easy to find them. And some of the key terms that we were using to do the systematic review, the ISO standards that I mentioned, and also the system librarians or system librarianship, and the digital libraries, smart libraries. And I used a Boolean search where we were utilizing and, or, and not. And then because I understand in IT area, you need to focus within 3 years old research, but now it was hard to get it. So I had to expand it up to 2010 when system librarians were trying to be employed in Kenya substantively. And the inclusion criteria, it only included only the mentioned ISO standards, and exclusion, anything that was not touching on this research area, I was excluding it together with my colleagues. Some of the key findings that we found out from the empirical review that we did on the literature review. The system librarian core competencies, this is just an highlight. The technical skills, this need to be updated and upgraded. And I've just mentioned some of the systems that they need to be trained on. And I'm glad one of the lecturers is here. The IT services that they need to improve. The digital platforms are not limited to the digital platform, but also other technologies, library management systems, learning management system, that is LMS, repositories, customer management services systems, CMS, even the content management systems, especially those on the website, because the website acts like a portal for the library for people to get the information, the e-resources, cloud systems, and I will not forget to mention AI. Now AI is a big debate. And then they also need to have the skills on the project and data management, the agile, and many more. Other key challenges as part of the findings, there's rapid technology changes. Now systems librarian needs to be trained on the prompt engineering. We are not prompt engineers, but we need to know it so that we can help our users of the libraries and also the librarians to do fast cataloging and fast classification and many more. The cybersecurity now is a hot zone. Technical skills shortage. We need to improve more on the technical skill shortage. And as part of my conclusion, ISO standards are essential for modern library, effectiveness, security, and sustainability. And now, not only on the sustainability, but transformation. So the system librarian, together with the other librarians, need to make the library to transform. If now we are having AI, they are the ones to spearhead the transformation from the conventional librarianship to AI librarians. Like now we have AI tutors. Now I think we need also AI librarians. Systems librarians are drivers of digital transformation in any academic institution that touches on the colleges, universities, and technical and vocational institutions. Policy and curriculum reforms are necessary to bridge this gap. And that means there's no curriculum for information science, but there is that curriculum. And from my homework that I was doing, most of the institutions, they were reviewing their curriculum and they were leaving out a specialization for IT, of which was good because it was not sorting the problem. But now, even though they were retaining it, then they don't have the lecturers to train the systems librarian. So the systems librarian, they have to do it on their own or to do other short courses to improve on their skills or to bridge those gaps on the skill gap. Recommendation on the policy makers: enforce ISO standards adoption in library systems, fund continuous training and professional certification of librarians, develop policies supporting digital transformation, and many more. To the curriculum developers, incorporate ISO-based training into library information systems or library and information science programs. Include emerging technologies, AI, cybersecurity in their curricula, and many more other skills that they need. And then add leadership, and project management modules.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Questions will come afterwards. Let's have next presenter, Anthony, giving us a presentation. Then we will have the third one. Then we will take questions. Then we will see whether it is lunch by that time. Karibu Anthony.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Anthony, and I am here to make a presentation on how to foster responsible computing practices in undergraduate group projects. This work was carried out in Mary University sometimes last year in a project under the Responsible Computing Challenge with some of my colleagues, some who are here, and others who are currently not with us today because of other duties, and also with a group of tutorial assistants, some of whom are also in our audience, and with our students who are in third year, that time were in third year of study. And maybe before I go into the details of what we found out, maybe I need to go back to the first presenter today, in the morning of today. Dr. Kuloba was talking about mining of cobalt in Migori, and that presentation was made from a perspective of economic viability of that project. And I think for us who are here later on, there were some other questions that emerged at the end of that presentation regarding to the sustainability and other issues that emerge from the society as a result of that activity. So today, we are looking at a discipline called computing and how we prepare our computing professionals to be ready for the work that they are intended to carry out there, and to maybe try to shape how they conduct themselves as they deliver what we expect them to deliver. So to start with, all of us now by now know that every new thing that is coming out in the computing arena is exciting, provides very good opportunities, but also is becoming scary, especially to people who do not understand those technologies, and people also those people who are conservative. They are scared about the technology. And some of the issues that probably come out very harshly is the issue to do with ethics. When people have to be worried about the data, their personal data, how it's stored in this computing system, or how it's treated, and for what purpose is it being used for. And that is just one aspect of responsible computing. There are so many other aspects of responsible computing. How much power are we using? How much electronic waste are we producing? How much harm can we cause with these systems? And what we have found out within our curricula of computing is that these issues are usually considered as peripheral issues. They are not the core issues. We just try to teach our computing students how to design systems, how to create databases, how to create AI systems, but then we seem not to tell them as they are creating what other things should they consider, so that we remove these kind of nightmares into our users. And also, when we do what we do, we leave the world a better place. So this study explores how to embed these responsible computing practices in students, and one of the areas that we identified was when they are doing their group projects, that would be a perfect time or a perfect opportunity to teach them how to do some of these things, like consider things, social aspects like inclusivity, collaboration, teamwork, and so forth. So our research objectives were, first of all, to assess how we can integrate these practices into group projects, how to evaluate the students' awareness about ethics, and to identify the challenges and the lessons learned from this study, and then to provide the recommendations for curriculum design. What we did was that we took a group of all students who are in their third year of study, because in our school, all the computing students undertake a group project in their year 3. These were about 340 students drawn from the 6 programs. That is BCS, BCT, BCSF, BBIT, and BIT. Of these 340, we got about 232 participants. That was almost 100% of all the targeted population. And the reason that we got that high number is because this data was primarily collected with the help of the lecturers who are assigned to take these students in this group project. So you can get it. It was not out there in the open. Then we collected data using the post-project survey in terms of quantitative and qualitative data. And then we did a descriptive analysis of this data later. What were our key findings? At the end of the project, it was reported that most students had an enhanced understanding of what responsible computing is all about. And students were able to link ethics to practical actions. And most of these were identified in areas of data privacy, encryption, and the biggest of all is how to avoid plagiarism. Another key finding is that students were able to apply some ethical computing practices, and some of the notable ones were how to be inclusive in their teamwork, how to distribute a workload in their projects, because what we did in their project, we were able to identify who is the group leader, who is the lead programmer, who is the documentation specialist person, and so forth. And then the other key principle was about data privacy and protection, and also ethical decision making in their project. Our project was, the big theme of our project was on students' team dynamics. Because another thing we observed at the beginning of our project was that our students, because of, I think, the social problems associated with social media, had a habit of working in individual, what do you call it? Working individually. They don't know how to deliver a project in a team, or how to sit down and collaborate, because everybody is busy on his own. And one of the things that we wanted to achieve was to achieve what we call team dynamics, to help students be able to collaborate so that they can create and they can innovate, because it's hard to create and innovate if you can't collaborate. So it was reported that at the end of this process, we were able to have high team communication and also to elicit contribution from different students. Finally, the ethical challenges. Even after going through all this, we tried to ask students what are the challenges that they had working on this project. And this was on a qualitative, we did not give them a drop down of what to choose. We just asked them from their own understanding what they think was the biggest challenge in this project. And as you can see from that pie chart, there are some small things there I have not accounted for. But the biggest 4 things that came out was plagiarism, and this was associated to, again, acknowledging what others have done. So if you put that 2 and 2 together, it's about 50%. That's the biggest problem with students these days. And then after that, there is the issue of data fabrication and manipulation. We come here is what the students presenting based on data that they corrected or data that was fabricated. Then the other thing is lack of collaboration and contribution, that even if we place these 6, 7 students in a group, you tend to find out that at the end of this project, only 2 students, or sometimes even 1, it was a one-man show at the end of the day. It is not a collaborative effort, it's an individual effort. In terms of documentation and accountability, this is where most of the students, because this is from the students' perspective, that they could be able to document ethical decisions and they could be able to adhere to data privacy norms. Most of the students were working on projects that have to do with security. So they were able to adhere to data privacy norms. And again, I also think this 91% completed task ethically is because, remember, this is a group project and it's timed to a semester and they had to present at the end of the semester. So again, they were able to present because it was a guided, again, these projects were guided between the lecturer who is guiding the students and the tutorial students who are involved. Then 79 of the students were confident in teams' ethical conduct. Now, importantly, what are the lessons that we were able to learn from this exercise? One was, on the students' side, they need to understand the importance of teamwork and communication. And then, number 2, respecting the intellectual property. And 3, ethical system design. And the bottom line of all this is that students showed a shift from compliance to internalization. Compliance, in this case, we are talking of like, can you be able to do what you are required or what you are expected to do? But internalization goes beyond just that, because we are looking at whether you are adopting values and principles as part of one's own belief systems driven by personal conviction. It's not that you are required to do it. You as personally, is it coming from you or is it coming from somebody else who expects you to just do something? So that's what we are calling internalization. It goes beyond compliance. Implications to educators is that we need to embed ethics, and I would put there in slash in terms of our school or in terms of computing, responsible computing practices throughout technical curriculum. And number 2, we should use what we call experiential learning. There was, again, I think it was also the same presenter in the morning who was trying to say that he's no longer giving cards. He's realizing that students may not be running or may not be gaining experience from those kind of coursework, and he's giving this in terms of projects, which I largely concur with. Then number 3, we need to provide structured support. This one is bigger than just what is written there, just giving rubrics, giving tutorial assistance to guide the students, and reflective tools. And when we look at what we are expected to have in our online learning systems, like the ODEL systems, we need to have learning activities that are curated to help students gain some learning, what we call long life learning at the end of that activity, so that it is not just gaining knowledge. Then the 4th one is to encourage peer accountability. Peer accountability, somebody also said, why do we, the keynote speaker there said, why do we come to university when you can learn through Google? And I think the answer was given clearly that when you are learning with others, you learn more than just the course content. You learn more. Then trying to marry all these with the responsible computing principles, and there are many, and they are not cast on stone.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. We just highlighted these few things, like social and political context and awareness. Like, just because you're doing a computing project, you need to be aware how these things affect the social and political landscape, whatever you're doing. Number two, how you integrate ethics into a curriculum. And this one, it's something that from this project we are able to take up as a faculty. And we realize that this is something we need to start from the first year courses, starting from the ones which we are doing communication skills. We were able to adapt that course as a school and try to have a course that students are introduced to integrated thinking in computing, so that they are able to think widely in terms of that course. So this is something we intend to do with other courses in first year, second year, and third year, not just the school projects. Then the issue of inclusivity and equity, data privacy and protection, environmental and social impact, and finally, experiential and human-centered learning. Those are the principles that we need to integrate in our delivery of our curricula. Now, finally, the future direction. These are the things that we intend to explore and see how we can, for example, the last one, how we can address emerging issues in technology, such as AI and cybersecurity. This work was largely funded by Mozilla Foundation under the project of the MUST RCC project. And we also acknowledge the input of our students and our teaching assistants and the faculty. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Let's give a hand clap for that wonderful findings. I hope it will really help to shape our curriculum. Questions will come, and you will be around to answer them. Let's have the next presenter closely related to that. Victoria, you have 10 minutes. Do that. If there is any presenter who we missed in the morning and you have just arrived, please let us know. Then we know how to program ourselves.
All right. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria. I work at the University of Embu. I'm going to be presenting on similar project that we did to what Anthony presented. And this is on bridging theory and practice. So it's all for computing students. And just a brief background, if you're a computing student or you're from another school, when you're given a project, mainly you do a project because you need a grade at the end of it. You need to graduate. We're trying to see how we can make projects much more interesting. And so we were trying to bring in critical thinking, team building, and design thinking. We did this project together with Dr. Consolata, who couldn't be here today. And we both work within the computing and information technology department. So just a brief introduction. We've both taught for a very long time, and we've realized student projects tend to be the same. Semester in, semester out. We have the same exact projects. Students are not even encouraged to do the projects. We've just had Anthony has said, teamwork, you find only one or two people end up doing the teamwork themselves. So we try to see how we can make this a bit different. And one of the reasons why we wanted to do this was because computer science and IT education has got so much information that you don't have so much time for practicals. So you're taught the basics, but then it's up to you to go figure it out. So by the time you're doing your project, you don't have time to finish it. We also have the large classrooms. You don't get the one-on-one with your lecturer. So your projects are geared towards the little skills that you've been taught. And then, of course, there is AI. It's become such a big thing. Students, if they continue doing projects the way they've been doing them, then AI won't have any impact. But then if you bring in creativity, if you bring in some design thinking, maybe there will be some creativity for that. So our problem was based off of that. Lack of creative projects, huge class sizes. We've got no real world problems are actually being solved in classroom projects. We have a lot of projects that will get you an A, perhaps. And so our aim for this particular project was, of course, to integrate critical thinking, design thinking, and design thinking basically is a methodology used in the business world to try and solve problems. But then we're bringing it to the IT side of things, and of course, ethics. How can you think of all those three, bring them together, and get projects that are sustainable, projects that can actually be used by real individuals. So for our methodology, sorry about that, we actually had 100 students, and we targeted students taking systems and analysis class. If you're a computing student, you know it has a lot of work to be done in system and analysis. So we tried to see how we can make it interesting. This class specifically had IT students, BBIT students, which is Bachelor in IT. We had education students, and we also had some maths and computing students. So it was very multidisciplinary. And because design thinking is a bit intensive, we were doing out-of-class work to see whether it would be something that these students would benefit from. So they did a 3-month period for the project. We had student groups that were multidisciplinary, so you couldn't just be IT students. You had to include a BBIT student. The education students weren't very many, so at least have some education student or maths and computing student. And so we did some design thinking sessions over the weekends. They actually had to come to school on Saturdays, a full day, and I think there were about 3 or 4 Saturdays, but they weren't following each other. And then we had critical thinking activities within the system and analysis class and some team building classes. After they did the 3 of them, then there was supervision. And supervision was based on faculty members. We had faculty members from education, from business, from mathematics. We also had faculty from library science who basically were supervising. And this was because of our diverse thematic areas of focus. So we had students solving AI projects, solving problems on mental health. We had climate change. We had library. We had the transport sector, agriculture, which was a big thing. We also had a bit of health. So teams during the design thinking session would select what their theme would be. And they do this through a vote of the 4 or 5 members in the team. And then once they came up with that, then they design what the problem was, come up with a solution, go to the users, ask them, is this an actual problem or not? If it's not an actual problem, come back, redo it again, go back again to the actual people who'd use this system. And like I said, each group was supervised by a faculty member in their area. So if it was in SME, business profitability, we had somebody from economics who was supervising that. Our strategy, so critical thinking and team building was done during class time. That was possible to do that, and I'll show you some of those activities. Design thinking was conducted over the weekends. I think I mentioned that. Student teams had 4 members. We had just a couple of groups that had 5, the odd group. And then, of course, selected the challenge through mutual group agreement. And had an expert supervisor. They were mentored by IT. So the IT supervisors were mentoring almost all the groups, but then the expert supervisors were on the expert areas. So these are just some images. This was a critical thinking session where we had students sitting down, and it was nothing to do with IT, nothing to do with the project. So I think here they were coming up with a bridge that a car could actually be supported on using on picture. After that, we had the design thinking activities. These are just some of the design thinking activities. We did have permission to use these images. We do have permission for that. And design thinking uses a lot of sticky notes. So they basically were trying to come up with a problem, come up with a solution, create a prototype. So it was a lot of work that was being done over the weekend. This couldn't really be done during the week. So these are some of the sample projects, and these projects, and we realized, of course, the motivation of the prize and them working together as a multidisciplinary group enhance problem solving. You had a situation where you've got 4 members, they're each pulling towards different directions, but then after a while they come back together and they realize this is a much better way to go in our projects. Of course, there was more practicable solutions as opposed to those that just get a grade. And then we had more creative and responsible AI applications. So we did have an award ceremony. This project was funded by Mozilla. So they did have an award ceremony where students actually, some students got laptops, some students got tablets. That was just the award ceremony. And for the conclusion and recommendation, now, this project ended. It was a similar phase to the one that was presented before. It ended last year. But this project, after the award ceremony and the projects were done, there was nowhere else for the students to go. So that was one gap that we realized. After they're done with their projects, then what? What happens next? The second thing is, of course, there was that one gap. We realized they integrated more critical thinking, design thinking. This needs to be integrated into project classes. We do have final year projects. We have second or third year projects. If you have more critical thinking, then you can be guaranteed whatever project they'll have at the end of the 4th year will actually translate to something that they can use, either to become an entrepreneur, to do a startup, or something of the sort. So this, if embedded to the formal curriculum, would be really helpful. Of course, having cross-disciplinary support is good. And of course, we need to do further research. And this is where we've come in to fill in this gap, where as a department, we realized we needed a hub that could incubate students' projects, that could lead to perhaps startups, lead to entrepreneurship and commercialization. So we actually, from our lessons here, we realized if you can get students who are not even attending those classes, but then have got projects, we can incubate them and see whether they can become entrepreneurs. All right, so thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Let's give, and on that note, we can take questions, and she can help to answer. Then, of course, if you have any question on the 3 of them, ask at once, and then we close.
Thank you so much for our presenters. We are going to limit the questions tafadhali for the time. 2 questions per presenter, okay?
Thank you, Daktari, for that presentation. And also thank you, Mr. Irungu, because my question will be focused on the both presentation. Currently, CUE is working on the new curriculum, that is guidelines. And the guidelines that we're going to have is more competence-based, where they have addressed issues of
collaboration. They have addressed issues of critical thinking. So are you in a position where you can also advise policymakers, in this case CUE, which is the main policymaker in university education? Because if you don't do it fast enough, then that implementation will come before you are done with your work. So do you work with any policymaker, or what is the end game of your work? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, so in our case, like I told you, we had a multidisciplinary team. One of the faculty members who was part of our project is an education lecturer. And perhaps I can say is one of the people who's been working on the competency-based curriculum. And our dean within the university now is the registrar, actually deals with that. So she's been part of the team. So we have been, because we've had several workshops on CPC, we've actually been trying to tell her we need to do ABCD, have more of this, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ari, for the good presentation. My concern is, the conclusion is that having the critical thinking and the design thinking is going to improve on the projects that we're going to have perhaps in the field of computing and maybe engineering in this case. But do you have a control experiment that you can be able to empirically prove that integration of this really provides a difference in this? Do you insinuate that what has been done before and the innovations that we've seen before were achieved without critical thinking? So how can you be, or rather how empirically can you be able to prove that truly this is the point that can be able to bring this difference? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, so no, we don't have any, we haven't done any control groups. This was an initial pilot to see whether it works. Currently is when we've started implementing what I mentioned about the hub, having a hub in the department. But no, we have not yet done any control group. For empirical work that has been done, unfortunately, a lot of critical thinking is in education, not so much in computing. So perhaps that's something we should consider, actually doing a control group and an intervention group on critical thinking to increase creativity. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Yes, I have a question to both Victoria and Anton. I think I've listened to their presentation, and first I would want to know, this one is a critical thinker, this one is not a critical thinker. You drop the project, you pick the other one. The other question goes to Anton. Is title Responsible Computing? After I followed his content, I only saw just talking about student teamwork projects. I mean, responsible computing. So his presentation, it's for anybody, any student. To me, that's what I got. It's not for somebody working with a computer, a group work that is using computer, because what has followed there, it is generally what any student in education, in another school can do. I did not see that element that fits to its computing. This person is working with a computer. Me, I saw students working, teamwork. Teamwork does not require a computer, so the word responsible computing, in the hand, I saw it like misplaced. Then, just a general advice to the project, me, I've listened and I've seen. We are here to talk about our ideas, and it is good to know, as we are saying we approach the CUE and all that, we are just talking about ideas, and sometimes it's good to know, just the same way you develop your idea and you get to your supervisor and the supervisor tells you this idea, it is not working. Ideas have faces. So your entire phases, it can pass the first phase of your supervisor and the supervisor feels it's good. Then you write a paper, you come to the conference, you present, we panel beat it, you take it. So the fact that, so that we move in the phases. After that does not mean this idea you should go and sell it to the industry. We may all of us be wrong because we are all academicians, we do not have the industry experience. So that is where we should look at. You are presenting here simulations and some training of using data sets. So it's good you tell us that far, so that when we are advising you, we don't go far. What I'm trying to say it is good people to tell us the ideas the far they are, because some ideas after even conferences, they may not be able to be implemented in the real time, that is the real life. So some of them, after the simulation, you may go and pilot, and the pilot with a small group, it works. Then you don't enlarge the group, then you go now to, you call the industry people. And it is good to have them, because for them, they will come and now tell you the fact. Because there are many things there. We may have ideas, and then to implement it, it is very expensive. You have seen the way Kenya Power went to the independent power supply. It has become a burden to us because the cost, it is too much. So that's what I'm trying to say is, all our ideas, let us look at the cost, the implication of implementing them before we say, let us go to CUE and all that, because we may go there and you find the idea, the resources it requires vis-a-vis the benefit. It is not, the idea it is there, but the benefit, when you look at the cost, it becomes undoable. So I'm just saying that is, I'm not discouraging anyone, I'm just trying to say, let us conceive our ideas and we look at all that, so that when we go to these people, they will embrace our ideas, because we have really done a lot. And I'm recommending to the organizers, when I was doing my PhD, when we went for conference like this, half of the participants were from the industry. Because these participants from the industry, they are very important, because they help a lot. They come with the experience, because sometimes, and I saw it there practically, you have your ideas and you have done the state-of-art literature review, but these people in the industry, they don't do literature review. What they do in the morning, they come and the boss says, let this system do this and this. So them, they already have the system, which you could not find it in the literature review. So you are already way behind them. So it is good we have the industry people, as many as possible, going by our themes, so that they guide us, so that we really have our ideas, we move with them, so that they can embrace them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. I think there are so many questions and they made so many recommendations. I don't know if now the participants we were able to answer that.
Yeah, I'll just answer based on the last comment and the question I was asked. Number one, we had a rubric for critical thinking we developed to the industry. So during our work, we actually worked with the industry. So we had a rubric for that. For the issue about costs, this is why we do these pilots. Look for funding, do the pilots, see how we can make it easy. We trained lecturers on design thinking from University of Embu. They've implemented this in their class without all the materials. So I believe even the question on policy, you're considering the resources available versus the students and the faculty. You also don't want to increase the faculty workload. Yeah, I almost want to answer for responsible.
I think when I started, I talked about the issue of mining, and I said, as a presenter talking about the economic viability, what comes after that was like people talking about sustainability, environmental impact, and so many other things. The same thing, in our computing discipline, we are training students to develop this, to develop that, but at the end of the day, we are not training them the other issues they need to look at other than the technicalities involved in computing. That's why I did not I was not here to present to you the kind of security mechanisms they are integrating in their projects, the kind of databases they are working with. No. My point is, can we have a mind shift that, yes, they can create anything they perceive, but what other considerations should they have so that whatever they produce, they have a societal, they have a mindset of how much impact that can have on the society, on the environment, and so forth. So yes, that's why I did not limit myself, also considering that not all our audience is computing. Thank you. In terms of whatever we are doing here, whether we are able to carry it out beyond here, as I said, and I think it's just by coincidence we happened to present just after following one another, is like when we did this last year, because we were piloting using our third-year students, they were piloting using their second-year students, in which our project we were not comparing notes. We found out that maybe this is something we should have done with the from first year. And if you are, I think those who are in our university know that the following academic year, which is now this year, 2024-2025, the first year students, instead of giving them just communication skills, we curated a course that was called Integrated Thinking in Computing. And some of you who are able to be an audience to those first years presenting their projects, they were able to do so with and some of us were able to see like their projects were even somehow better curated than those of third years. Yeah, so I think even without going to the issue of whether we are, whether it's sustainable, whether we are using more budget, we are able to harness the capacity we have within our school as the lecturers and the tutorial assistants who are basically our lab technicians, and guide these students into that similar process, and we are able to see the output from that.
Thank you so much. Someone else?
Skills they are learning can be applied to. And I think this is across a lot of our programs. We have been, there's been a movement of getting rid of subjects that help people understand society. For example, development. Yeah, most of technical courses have gotten rid of that subject. Yet we are here saying we want students to help create projects that solve problems to society. Now, the question is, how do you create a system that solves a problem that you do not understand? Yeah, that's why I'm saying a presentation seems a lamentation. Panel beating it with critical thinking does not help really, because someone has to understand how does a rural water problem, how does it exist, so that if I design a system using my IT skills, it can help solve. Yeah. In health, for example, if you do not understand how a certain disease spreads, how then do you develop a system that can be used to help people who work in that field? For me, that's why I'm saying there's a bit of a contradiction, and it's something that has to be, you have to have, of course, a critical thinking about. We are training these people in these skills. Where do we want them to work? Where do we want their skills to be applied? And how can that field where we want them to be applied be integrated in their training? Thank you.
Review what design thinking does. Design thinking, you go to the actual people in that field. So like you gave an example of rural communities and you're trying to solve a water problem, right? I don't know whether all universities have that, like the development course you said, but if you're trying to solve a problem in a rural community on water issues, then when you do design thinking, there's a phase in design thinking called problem, where you try to come up with a problem. You actually go to the person in the rural field, speak to them, find out what their problem is, and actually come back come up with solutions, then go back and ask, do you think these are solutions that would work? And the main reason we introduced this is because it's not possible for us to bring in expertise to teach them all about particular fields. You've got so many sectors in Kenya, and IT solves for all these sectors. So design thinking was our way out of that, where you can have them actually go to the people with the problem. Now, of course, it's still a lamentation because you see this only affects computing students because they're the only ones who would end up getting design thinking, and design thinking would help them where they try to speak to business people, the rural communities. But then you have got the issues of critical thinking that are not coming up, of course, in the first year, and that's why I said I agree with what you're saying. It's more of a lamentation. If they don't have the critical thinking skills to begin with, will they really get the expertise of the design thinking? And that's why we decided, because maybe they lack in the first year, as we are working with these students in the third and fourth year, we will try and introduce the critical thinking skills, have them actually go to the field, work with these people, and so that they can get good projects. So I do agree more needs to be done that we are not currently doing at this particular moment. But then we also need to have solutions, especially for those who've already been bypassed by maybe the CBC that will come up that might or might not really solve the problems.
Let's keep it there. Time is gone.
But in the same field, you can have interest in other areas, and therefore one can be able to do it and also learn other things, other than becoming a librarian. I meant also to study that somebody could be acting in accounts and they get interested in IT. How do you train that somebody? So you train by yourself. That's why John is saying that you self-taught because of some interest in IT. So you become a system librarian. So we may not have a career-cut curriculum for a system librarian because there's somebody who is blending in between. Thank you.
Wow. You need further discussions to see if it is needed or not needed. Now, we've just been informed that we'll have late lunch from 1:45. So that means we can have some more presentations. Kindly hold your stomachs. It will be a bit late, but it will come at around 1:45. So we have some 30 minutes to save on, is it? Or 20, huh? What time is it? It is 1:17, is it? So we were told from 1:45. Yeah. So we can have one. Yes. And I think I was supposed to present in the morning. So let me also present. Yes. I've only taken the mic, but the chair is there. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Bwana Wamuso, let us get this clear before you start. Do we have Janet Bovu? Janet Bovu, you are in? Okay. Do we have Joseph Mwangi? Okay. Do we have Patrick Mwenda? All right. We have Patrick Mwenda. Do we have is it Dominic Ikunda? Dominic, do you have you? Hey. Ako pale nyuma. Kule nyuma kabisa. Do you also have I think Kaila Eunice will be here. Then it is here all of us are in. So, in the interest of time, then we can have two presenters before we go for lunch. Is that okay? Is that in order, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Geoffrey Mosa from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, School of Engineering. And my topic is on selection of remanufacturing alternatives of product returns in a reverse supply chain. Now, reverse supply chains are meant to take care of how to bring back products from the end user back to the original equipment manufacturers or reprocessing facilities. A lot of products out here, after they reach their destination, you find that due to many reasons, they need to be brought back for purposes of reprocessing. And that is where the reverse logistics comes in. And this is a new area. We have been focusing more on the forward supply chains, forgetting about the reverse supply chains. And this is an area where we can capture value from some of these products. I know in our homes, you have some electronics, you have some old car which is lying somewhere, and you don't know what to do with it. Many of us have a lot of products in our houses that we don't know where to take, and it's because there is no clearly defined reverse logistics supply chains and reverse logistics companies in Kenya that can actually mop out some of these products from our compounds and create value out of them. And this gap is what my research is trying to address. And so there is a problem that most supply chains, they lack clear methods to decide how to reprocess diverse returned products. That is an existing problem. Yes, my fridge, my computer, which I no longer use, how do I handle it? There is no defined clear way of how such a product can be handled and reprocessed. So deciding on this, on reprocessing options, either to remanufacture it, to take it to remanufacturing centers, or recycling centers, or disposal centers, is a complex decision-making process, which requires and which depends on the product conditions and values. Are we able to determine what kind of value is on those kind of products so that then it can inform our decisions where we need to direct them? Therefore, the objectives are that we are to develop, we need a decision support model using a modified fuzzy Mura algorithm. Mura is just a multi-objective optimization by ratio analysis. It is a concept in multi-criteria decision-making approaches. It's one of the multi-criteria. So here, we were trying to see how this algorithm can be developed into a decision support system that can help people or those with this kind of products to decide on how to handle this, the reprocessing of these products. So the other objective is to ensure the model categorizes therefore the products and evaluate each against multiple criteria for the best reprocessing choice to be arrived at. So the decision that this laptop, do I take it for remanufacturing or disposal, must depend on a number of multi-criteria which this system then analyzes and gives a verdict at the end. And lastly is to demonstrate the approach. We were able to use this algorithm in a real case study, and the results were very positive. The novelty of this is that we can apply this algorithm to product level reprocessing decisions. We can also use it in a decentralized decision support at the point of returns, whereby anybody who wants to start such kind of business can actually use this algorithm, and even the owners of these products can also have this as an app, where then it can connect them to the right people who can come and collect these products and channel them to the right place. And we can also, it can integrate qualitative and uncertainty by bringing in the concept of fuzzy. So the concept of fuzzy is that it uses qualitative data and converts it into quantitative data, and all of us are able to make decisions based on qualitative perspectives, okay? And that ability, we have it. Like if you look at something, you can say whether it is good, this one is good, this one looks bad, this one cannot be repaired. I think at that level, we are all able to make such decisions. Then, of course, this system is therefore to enhance our decision-making approaches. Of course, it is also able to be empirically validated through diverse case studies, as we will see. And there is scalability and transferability issues in this, because the industry is quite huge, And there's a lot of value lying idle out there that can come back and assist in our manufacturing sector. If all the materials that we are all having in our compounds can be mobbed out back into the manufacturing supply chain, Kenya will actually be able to move faster in that sector. And so this algorithm, this is how it works. So the product comes in, and there is a sorting stage, and there is a decision-making stage, and then a detailed optimization stage. And you can see that it is during sorting that we are able to see the reasons for return. Why are these products coming back? There are several reasons why products come back. Either they are being recalled, they are defective, they are unwanted, or because of warranty issues, or because of disposal issues, or asset returns. There is also the supply partner returns. There are other products which comes from our agencies, maybe transit, they were damaged during transportation, so it needs to be returned, or these are just stock balance at the end of the year. There is this stock that is not moving, so it needs to be returned. No need of keeping it. There is market returns, or end of life, or again recalls. So all those are valid reasons why products need to be returned or moved from one supply chain to another. And so we need to sort that and understand why it has come and categorize, and then make a decision of how to reprocess those. Using beneficial criteria, like performance level, we were able to set out some criteria like, what is the performance level of this product? What is the physical status? What is their market value? What is the remaining lifetime? Are we able to predict remaining useful life in those products? You can also look at cost criteria like, what are their environmental impacts do they have if they continue staying wherever they are, in the yards and in the backyards? What is the legislation requirements for these kind of products? And then all that put together, we can make a decision using this algorithm that is multi-objective optimization by ratio analysis. And this algorithm, basically, it has a fuzzy engine which uses linguistic ratings or the expert. Then it computes a performance index, and then it allocates that to each alternative. And then, of course, the modification we did is that we brought in the ratio system and the significance, because the significance of a criteria to the alternative is by relating that. Like if I ask, what is the significance of the condition of the product at that point of return in relation to disposal? What is the relationship? If this laptop was on transit and it only got damaged, but everything else is okay, how will you treat that? That laptop only need to be replaced the screen, and the laptop is okay. Will you direct it to disposal, or you will direct it to repair centers? And these are the some of the qualitative questions that can guide on the decision making. And so process steps includes collecting expert ratings for each of the criteria. Then we form a fuzzy matrix, and then we normalize that, and then calculate the fuzzy score, and then we defuzify it to get a rating which can assist us in ranking on the objectives. And so for those who understand fuzzy, it uses a triangular fuzzy number representation to come up with this. And of course, the linguistic variables can be changed to a fuzzy rating in the triangular number. For example, we rate from very low quality, or very low, low, medium, high, and very high. For example, I can ask if it's a new laptop, but it had a damage, and I ask someone, what is the possibility that this laptop can be repaired? Then you say there is a very high possibility. And therefore, in that manner, I will pick your perception and be able to put it into this triangle facet number and be able to generate a matrix. And the evaluation criteria we used are 6 in this to test the model. That is the performance level, quality of product life, environmental impact, physical condition, reprocessing requirements, and market brand value. Yeah, if it is a laptop of HP, you can see that it has a higher value than other brands, and so that will tell you that maybe there is a lot of value in this compared to the other one. And so this is just the stages of the algorithm, and this can be found in the paper when it will be published, and you'll be able to see on this. So there is this hierarchy, the hierarchy of how it works. At the top, the second level criteria is the reasons for return, and we considered 5 of them. The middle level is the selection criteria, which is the performance level, market value, fiscal. And then the last is now it has to select, depending on those, what is the final reprocessing route that should be selected. And every product can be broken down into what we call a product tree with several components. And so we took an example of a computer that is being returned, where we check the main parts of that computer and rate each part the way we see it. And of course, the experts are able to check it and put a number, whether it is good, the hard disk is good, the screen is okay, the memory is still intact, and all that, is it? And all that, then we are able to point out major parts and then make a decision whether the whole laptop is okay. Okay, based on individual components, then we are able to. And so when we did that, we did 2 case studies. We took one product, which is coming from the market or stock return. This is a laptop that is still new, but it was still not, because of the end year stock taking, they were required to return so that it can be taken to another supplier, because it seems that they were having an overstock. And so it's a new laptop. And the decision, as predicted, is that it needed repackaging and reselling. And this makes sense, because a new laptop, all you can do is just to repackage and resell. And it scored very high, and disposal scored very low, because that is not a preferred reprocessing alternative. But the second case, we also took an end-of-life product, which has finished its work, and it's no longer working, totally obsolete. And it was able to predict that this needs to be taken for disposal, and the other alternatives were not visible. And so this model, this algorithm, can clearly categorize products as they come back or as we collect them around, and be able to give a judgment or a final decision on how to reprocess. Finally, this study has a great industrial or managerial implications. First of all, it will enable fast decision making at the point of return. We have reprocessed products in a wrong way. It will enhance circular economy, compliance, and it will improve customer service and environmental image of companies, and it's a step towards AI decision making. In conclusion, therefore, all our objectives were able to be met, and as we can see, we were able to clearly categorize all returned products. As a recommendation, we will want to enhance this algorithm further by maybe increasing the number of alternatives and decisions. You can attach as many, and it's still able to analyze. You can also apply this method of weightage, where we weigh each criteria against each alternative, and we allocate different weightage. And lastly, we can apply this model in other industries also to see whether it gives real-time decisions in those industries. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
Okay, let's clap to Jeffrey. Now, we are going to break for lunch after the questions. So we are not going to have another presenter. We have 1 or 2 questions for the current presenter.
Thank you, Engineer, for your presentation. Now, I was wondering, there are 2 things I would like to seek your clarification. Following your presentation, and the title you have there, it's talking about remanufacturing, but then throughout the presentation, it almost sounded like is a recycling or a reassembly. So I'm wondering because I would think literal meaning of manufacturing is producing something new, but not reassembling what has already been produced. Then the second question is to do with our social problem. Like as a country, we are faced with the problem of unemployment. And when you present something like this, you must always have an idea of how is it going to solve the problem of getting people into employment. And then lastly is why should we reassemble what other people have already made? Is it possible for us to re-engineer something that is much better than what other people have reassembled? Thank you.
Can I take that? First of all, my topic is remanufacturing alternatives. What I mean by this is, how do we, remember I've said there are products that need to be collected back because of so many reasons. Okay, so I'm not focusing on recycling only. This applies to products also that need to come back because of damage or warranty issues. You have bought your TV, you reached home, it's not switching on, but you have a warranty, you need to return it to the seller, is it? So this algorithm is to assist in placing a decision on what should happen to such and not on recycling. Recycling is one of the remanufacturing alternative. You know, remanufacturing means we have gotten a product back and we want to think what to do with it. Okay, do we refurbish it? Do we dispose it? Do we recycle it? Do we do cannibalization, where we remove a few of working parts and then use it in another? These are all part of strategies that are used in manufacturing. And so that is why I have kept that to mean that there are many strategies that are around manufacturing that can be used by this algorithm. Now coming to your second question, in employment, think about how much value we are able to collect from products that are lying in our home states. And I'm looking at end-of-life vehicles, end-of-life laptops, fridges that we are storing in our houses. But you find that it is maybe something small that had a problem, and people don't want just to repair things, so you throw it into the store. But there is a lot of value still lying in those products that we are keeping. And so this will create a pathway to many people who want to enter into this business, to use this kind of algorithm and apps to mop out this. Because if I have this as an app and we create a business around here, all we need to do is to tell people, download this app in your mobile, use it to report to us whenever you have any product that you feel is useless in your end. And what it will do, it will give us real-time data to know where these products are located. And we only need to come there and do quick evaluation at the point of return to see whether there is any value in what you are having. And then if there is need for compensation, we compensate you something small, is it? Or through legislation, people need to be forced to return things instead of keeping them in our houses. And I think there needs to be a law where that when a product reaches a certain period, end of life, it is the responsibility of every person to return them to where they bought them from for proper recycling or disposal. And so there is an opportunity for young people to create this kind of apps and be able to use them in this business. I've seen those who do scrap metal making a lot of money. All they do is to open a shop, go around, collect scrap metal and come and sell, is it? And do sortings. So a similar thing can happen on this, and we shall have so many collection points around the country, and people will be engaged in collecting these things from our houses, which are becoming a menace and a nuisance. And your last question, I don't know, it was on, why are we remanufacturing what people have made? Why not new? Remember, I have said, there are many strategies. You don't need to, if you can't make new, we can also be people who get these products, get any working parts in this, and assemble our own, is it? That's a business opportunity. Manufacturing is not only manufacturing when you are making something new. It can also be that you are only doing refurbishing center. Let people open refurbishment centers across the country. Let people open cannibalizing centers where you extract parts and you test them on your own and you sell to companies that reuses these parts. That is a business. So we need people all over who can actually help us to collect this value back to the value chain so that we don't lose their value by having them stay wherever they are. And I think that way we will have a vibrant ecosystem in the manufacturing.
Thank you, engineer. I think, one question, Prof. Yes. I wanted to cross there, but I cannot deny you, Prof.
Sorry, Chair. I think we are in a conference, so you'll forgive us because the presentation is interesting, and I think it's good to all of us. And that is the beauty of a conference, because we get to have these one-on-one engagements. All in all, I respect that we need to observe time. But true, Bwana, I'll still take it up from where Dr. Ari has stopped. You may rethink the word remanufacturing, because when we talk of reuse, it's one of the strategies in this case. But there won't be any manufacturing per se in that case. So I will just take an example where most of us have thrived in, the mitumba clothes. Perhaps all of us, if not 3/4 of us, are victims. We are wearing somebody's clothes that somebody somewhere wore, or you are having something someone used somewhere at some point. So maybe you might reconsider that word of remanufacturing, perhaps from your field. But then when I come back to Mura, a very good algorithm, my concern is what you presented, I didn't see the bit of fuzziness in it. I saw the objectives that you had included on the various areas. Yeah, you can just the flip back. Yeah, you've shown this, but how it is integrated with the Mura, it isn't so clear in your presentation in that case. That one is not so clear for us. Maybe it's there, but we can't be able to see it. But my key concern is, one thing and one greatest weakness of any fuzzy logic is human dependence. It is very subjective to humans. How are you going to overcome this? Because we are in a society that is a bit inclined to some selfish interest that is in our human nature. If you bring that laptop to me and I'm interested in it and I am your expert, what bars me from rating it low so as it is disposed, so as I can be able to pick it up later and be able to fix it in that case? Number two, you've given us the parameterization of the products, in this case, a laptop. It is easy to be able to have, because it's more of a composition of various products, components. But then we have so many other products whose bit of the parameterization becomes a bit difficult. How will you be able to generalize your proposed work so as it can be used across various objects? For example, I have a chair. Let's say the product is chair. I'm having this chair. I'm having an executive chair. I'm having a different type of chair. How are we able to overcome all that so as the proposed work can be able to work on that? Thank you.
Wow, good questions. So first of all, on the topic, okay, I will look at that and maybe I'll call it reprocessing alternatives. Yeah, so that it is left to then reprocessing. And how you reprocess, now remanufacturing is part of it, reusing is part of it. So I will change that, and I will propose that before the paper is published, that change is made. Thank you. On the second, how Fuzzy has been integrated, this chart here starts by, if you look at the middle, the first 5 steps is, I think from the 4th step, choose the appropriate linguistic variable with their fuzzy numbers. It starts there. And then you do a significance weightage of all the second level criteria, and then you determine the significance for the first level criteria, and then determine the response of the return product based on each objective. And then, of course, if you look at these equations that I've given here on my right-hand side, the questions from 30 onwards, they are on the Mura side, the modified. And the other equations from 1 to 34, they are on fuzzy steps. And so there is an integration. First you start with fuzzy, and then you bring in Mura, and then Mura is the one which will now rank, actually, which will give you now the final ranking of the alternative that is best. So there is that integration on this work. The last question was, how can this be scaled to other products, is it? Remember, the steps are the same. What you do is, depending on the product you are dealing, you have to decide what aspects are you looking at. Like a chair, if I give you this chair, there are some parameters you can actually extract and tell me, I want to see the seating that seating area, that the mat is okay, intact, the backside, the framing is okay. And every product, by the way, can be broken down to components, what we call the product structure. And so, even if it's a pen, there is a way it can be broken down to its product structure. And that concept of product structure has been widely used in the industry across all products to ensure that every product, for it to reach to the final, there is a way that there is a sequence of operations that are required for you to achieve. And you can follow the manufacturing sequence as a basis of coming up with the product structure. And that way, you will actually categorize all products and be able to value each of the pieces that are in that product. And so I think as we said in our recommendation, this can be taken to other products to see how it works. But we started with this company in Nairobi. We went actually to their store, and we used their experts to come up with this. This is Stewan Computers in Nairobi. And it really worked very well for them to ensure that their customers got the value of what they returned. And if there is any issues of compensation around what they have returned, that is a discussion that now can take place. But just to finalize, there is a culture where people don't want to return things that they have in their homes because they feel it's a waste of time, who will pay for them, or there is no responsibility for that to happen, so they are not obliged to do that. But we need to come up with some laws, which either some retaining of some percentage, or you get some compensation when you return in form of loyalty or something. Or if you return a laptop or a fridge, then you get something. Like what this principle has been applied in Coca-Cola, where they will not give you sodas unless you return a crate. And it seems to be working very well there. And if you have no chupa empty, no soda for you, is it? And I think that is something that can cut across other industries. Thank you.
Oh, let's clap for engineer. We'll break for lunch and then presentations. There are 5. Yes, I remember you. So we'll break at this point. Yeah. We'll be back here at in 40 minutes. As soon as you have your lunch, just come back here so that we can leave here early. 5 presentations are not many.
Okay, so I think let's break for lunch. Let's be back by 2:30. Let's aim at 2:45.
I think matter in order.
Ten years ago, the Meru University of Science and Technology was established at a central peri-urban location based on land donated by the Meru People's National Governing Council, the Njorincheki. The university's mission highlights the challenges of preparing the nation's youth for prospering in a rapidly changing world while retaining the distinctive qualities that underpin Kenya's status as one of the continent's most dynamic and important nations.
Witharonde chairman wake na ikio iruare kiagira gutanu kuma Meru kiagira gutanu kuma Meru College of Technology ira iruare ira yitawa Meru University of Science and Technology. Otherwise the
Njorincheki remains active both as environmental monitor, a court for adjudicating disputes, and as the symbol of the Meru community's traditional of communal governance.
It's truly an honor and a privilege to stand here before you. As it's my belief that university should provide not just an education, but an experience that nurtures personal and intellectual growth. So ladies and gentlemen, as I take on this role, I'm keenly aware of the transformative power of education and the role it plays in shaping the future of our society. What is even more motivating for me is a shared ambition for both Safaricom and in being the technology organization of choice, focused on being a powerhouse in science and technology.
Really very happy to welcome you to the university, which is actually at the center of Kenya, just next to Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya forest, where we have a lot of elephants. In fact, the elephant place where they give birth, maternity, is actually adjacent to the university, and it's a real good place for you guys to visit.
Since its inception in 2012, Meru University has sought to tap into the advantages of its location in an area encompassing most of Kenya's interior agroecological zones. To this end, the university has established satellite campuses in Marimba, on the border of the Mount Kenya forest, and in Mariene, in the heartland of Meru's smallholder coffee and horticultural production.
We have an area institution of higher education with scientific faculties, students from all around the country.